2-minute warning.
We're getting rhymed.
I don't have an agenda.
It's in the mayor's conference room. They put our names on our chairs. Maybe it's the ones that go up there.
All right. All right, I got 10 o'clock. You got 10 o'clock? You good? All right.
Did you need a pencil, pen? Here.
Good morning.
What's up?
Wait a second, I gotta get a gavel.
I gotta get it down. You plan on beating on us or what? I think this is my last. Oh. Aww. Look at this.
Yeah. Is that,
That's exactly what's
it's the
well,
mirror,
Okey-dokey.
it's kind
it's
of.
close to it.
Let's do this.
Do you know what I think it is? Because I can't remember where Tommy came up with that. But they did the mural after he had done this. So they
They took
Okay,
this one
can we
off.
get started, guys?
They had to make it more presentable.
I'm calling the Saturday, December 12th workshop of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Oropesa?
Here.
Counselor Perry?
Here.
Counselor Kennard? Here. Counselor Best?
Here.
Counselor Stubbs? Here. Counselor Peterson?
Here.
Counselor Sanchez? Here. Counselor Moore is not here yet. Counselor Foster?
Here.
Mayor Kintai?
Present.
Thank you.
All right, it is time. I'll call in Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Stubbs. Let's get her act together.
Mike.
I move to approve the agenda for the December 12th, 2020 City Council Workshop as presented.
A
Second.
motion by Counselor Stubbs to approve the agenda and a second by Counselor Perry. Any discussion or debate on the proposed agenda? If not, I'll ask for a voice vote. We have no voting boxes, so speak clearly. All those in favor of the agenda as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, passes 8-0. The only information I have is this is a workshop. We are not taking any votes today. I don't intend to do any recesses except maybe at the lunch break. Any counselors that need to get up and take a break, do so. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Nebb.
Mayor, City Council, am I on? All right, we're working, okay. Thank you for taking your time on a Saturday to come on out and deal with these couple issues that we wanted to talk about. It's been a while since we've been together for a workshop, any retreats and everything, so I really want to take the opportunity today. We're going to talk about a few things. We have the two topics on the agenda, the rules of order and the sports tourism initiative. We'll keep this lively, we'll keep this moving. I've got a few slides that'll help walk through this. We're going to ask the City Council to weigh in on quite a bit of this information as we walk through that. I'm going to ask Mike and Juan if they will pass out. There's a couple documents that I wanted to share. I did not print them out. One was 68 pages long, so I didn't print them out, but I wanted to share them. So there's two different documents there. One comes from the League of Cities in California. The other one is just a rules of order from Kansas. And so we're not in Kansas anymore, but no, all right, never mind. But I wanted to just share those with you because some of those, everybody deals with the issues that we have here, and so it all plays a role of that. And so if I can go to the first slide. All right. So today we're going to talk about a little bit about the overview of our form of government and why it's important. We're going to go into giving you a little bit of background on public agency decision making. We have a first question set. This will be the first question for everybody is that we deal with issues, they come from conception, so they come from somebody, the staff, city council, the public, it comes from wherever we have to deal, the state, they all come up with a conception of what we need to do. How do we take that topic from conception to a final decision where we can make it an actionable item? So I want to talk with everybody a little bit about that. I have some questions for all of you. Then we'll go into Roswell's current process, the Roswell's governing rules of order. Part of our rules of order are listed in the ordinance, the city code. And as you're well aware, that anything within the city code is essentially has the power of law, has the nature of that. So we try to abide by those ordinances differently than we do. A resolution just causes action to occur. And so we have the city code ordinance, and then we have the rules of order for the resolution. Then I have a second set of questions for you. What do we need to change in our rules of order? So I'm going to get you there. It's just going to take just a little bit. Then we'll do the rules of order review and the sports tourism initiative. If we have a little bit of time, of course, you know that staff is here. We always have your back. So that's why staff has come for the workshop to make sure you are there. If you look around the table, we provided you with a Team Roswell t-shirt. Those are for you, a gift for you. And also there's a goodie bag, an ornament, whether it be a Christmas or a Hanukkah ornament. We'll leave it up to you to decide, but we wanted to make sure that we gave that to you. So jumping right on in, if I can go to the next slide really quickly. On this slide, these two slides here. The first one is the council manager form of government. So everybody knows this, but I'm going to say it anyway, just as a repeat so that anybody watching from home can hear that as well too. So we start with the voters. We start with our community. The voters elect in the city council and the mayor. And so the voters elect you in. So the public elects you into office. At that point in time, the council is a policy-making body, and the mayor, from there, the council hires the city manager to help initiate the vision of the council. And of course, we go through the hiring of that, and then we have the department heads. I wanted this to be reflective of our structure because this is essentially the basic, the simplicity of it, is that the people elect you into office, you hire the individuals, the professionals to do the job in there. The other slide there, the other part of this is a puzzle piece. We are all parts of a puzzle. And the hard part is that I would say that there's nobody on the council that can do the mayor's job. There's nobody on staff that can do the councilor's job. What's that? Oh, okay. All right. Somebody logged on. All right. And so the nature of that is that we, and council shouldn't do staff's job. And it goes round in that circle and everything. And so the intent is that we need everybody to be the piece of the puzzle that they are. And so it's really important to do that because we can't step in and fill in very well for each other. We rely upon everybody that's there. So just wanted to go over that piece of that. I've got a little bit of just a one-page statement I wanted to cover. Just very quickly to kind of set the tone as far as where staff is concerned and where we're at. So, Mayor, City Council, staff is concerned. We want to make sure that you are taken care of the way that you need to be. We respect the individualism that each of you bring to the decision-making process, but are worried that disagreeing barriers are creating an environment that no one can understand the other side of many issues that we are working through. That debate is good, healthy debate is perfect. Conflict is very difficult to walk through. There is only one Roswell. Great organizations focus on its strengths to combat its weaknesses. They focus on how it can grow and do better. It concentrates and makes decisions based upon its mission and vision. That vision comes from the City Council as a whole. And it starts with each one of you individually. It may be due to the COVID pandemic influence or even the national politics that we are in, but for some time, staff has been concerned that that vision doesn't appear as clear anymore. You have the utmost confidence in staff and have expressed it and shared it publicly often. That is very much appreciated. We do not take that confidence lightly, and we want you to know we have the same confidence in each of you, as there is only one Roswell. Our strength in decision-making comes from our diversity and from our different backgrounds. The size of our City Council is a strength. Each of you play a role in that strength, and staff is glad you are willing to serve. To be successful, we must continually work to understand that no one's position is wrong. Under the right circumstances, a different decision on every one of our issues may be the correct one. Today is about discussing how we wish to do business. In the simplest terms, the citizens elected each of you to take care of business. You create the vision that the city will undertake under your leadership. You establish the policies, hire staff, and commit resources to complete that vision. We will find success in today if each of us are open about what we would like to see done to improve our organization and understanding of the differences each one of us bring to our community. And we must always remember there is only one Roswell. We want to start this workshop reminding everybody that we should focus on our strengths, appreciate the diversity that each of us bring to the organization, and understand we move forward faster and make fewer mistakes as an organization through collaboration and compromise. Are there any questions or comments we would need to jump into before we jump into the first topic? Are we good to go? Thank you for allowing me to walk through that. If we can go to the next slide. This is just, there's a couple slides in here about the information that we look at. Public agency decision-making is different, and this is in that document that came from the League of California Cities. The key thing to understand about public agency decision-making is that it's different, and different how is what it tries to explain. It is different from the way individuals make decisions. It's also different from the way private business makes decisions. We make decisions for a lot of different reasons. And it could be political. It could be, it has pieces of all of that. The difference in those fundamental purposes and objectives is what becomes part of this as well too. We make decisions differently. Next slide, please. We make the decision through our group. And the guiding principle must always be what is best serves the public's interest, not personal self-interest of the decision makers. The purpose of having public agencies is to provide mechanisms that engage in collective decision making. We have essentially 50,000 people, plus or minus, however you want to look at that, and actually anybody that comes and visits our community become a part of that decision-making process, no matter how they come about. If they ask a question, if they have a concern, if they have anything, we try to help them, no matter if it's the mayor, the city council, or the staff. And the goal through this is to work through those challenges being faced in the community, to provide the services and facilities and through the laws to guide individual behaviors that promote the overall safety, well-being, and prosperity of the community. Each of us have a different way of doing that, and I think that's the thing that I want to make sure that we start with as we're looking at the decision-making from a public perspective. That's how we try to walk through that. Next slide, please. Another way is that the decision doesn't get made by one individual. Even though there's one city manager in here, I rely heavily upon all these professionals out here to do the part of their task that they have that is necessary within that. So we want to make sure that we have that. The same thing with the city council. Each one of you individually have the ability to be participative within the system. You have the ability to let your voices heard on every decision that's made. Collectively is how the decision that gets made. I mean, the mayor says it all the time, he doesn't get a vote. But his influence within the system is why this works the way it does. And it's very important that everybody understands everybody's role within this thing. I want to just make sure that you understand that. The shared decision-making, the last item on there, provides checks and balances in the exercise of authority. Such checks and balances maximize the likelihood that decision-making does indeed serve the public's purposes and interests. There's not a one of you that when you make your decision, there's not a one of you that is wrong in your decision. It's the collective nature of what you do up there is how we move the city forward. It is a decision. I mean, if you look at our agendas, we are dealing with problems. I'm going to use the analogy the mayor uses again. We deal with issues at the airport all the way through to a zoo. A through Z. We are constantly tackling issues. We don't give you a break. We don't give you a chance to stop and say, all right, let's go on to the next thing. We click on through there. I want to make sure that you guys all understand we appreciate you. It's hard to do the service that you're doing. It's very challenging in when things are not going well either to even continue to do that. So I appreciate everybody being here for that. Next slide, please. All right, and so what we're doing is we're building into this now. We're coming into that decision-making process. What makes us successful is our decision-making processes. The success of a city manager is based upon systems and standardization of process. I have 540 employees. If I can take out the guesswork as to what they're going to do from day to day, how we're going to deal with them for pay, how we're going to deal with them for discipline, how we're going to deal with them, the standardization helps them function at a higher level. And so the same thing goes. I don't know if our rules of order are specific or completed well enough, but I know that they're very important to give that understanding to everybody how we try to walk through from conception of an item to a final decision. And I think that's the one thing I want to make sure that I leave in this with determining the public's interest. Everybody gets there a little bit differently. The examples I shared today, they come from other communities. I don't know if they're right or wrong. They work for the community that they're in. I would say that the ones that we have, the intent was to develop a structure that makes it easier for us to do business. And we're nonstop. This city is always fluctuating, always changing. We're always trying to help all of our other governmental agencies as well too do that. City of Roswell is an oasis. We rely upon our community. We rely upon each other in order to get through. This is our city. This is our community. This is our home. Next slide, please. All right, so now I'm going to take a breather as well, too. Here's where I want to get started. There's a lot of different ways. I know that in the last couple council meetings that we've had conversation, Councilor Pace's conversation has been, do we really need the committees? If we're going to bring things into the city council, can they just go through the city council? Can we operate with just utilizing the city council and not utilizing the committee system? I apologize to put words in your mouth, but again, I want to make sure that at least what I'm hearing is that do we really need the structure that we're using in order to get there? Now, I will say that Roswell has a history. You had 10 committees before 2015. you were trying to find the way, even back then, how to walk an issue all the way through. It's not necessarily wrong. There are other cities that I have worked for, they don't do a committee system. They do 2 city council meetings, 4 city council meetings a month. They hit new business, old business, and they walk all the way through that process. And so I guess my question for you right now, what is your vision? And if we can get a bulletin board with some pens, we'll have a scribe kind of keep track of that. What is your vision? What would you like to see? How would you like us to see us take items from conception all the way through where it comes up to the city council meeting and a decision is made? What would you like to see? I mean, there's a lot of different versions out there. All we have to do is figure out what works for us. And so I know some of this is we're backing up because those of you in 2015, 2016, 16, I think is when these kind of came about. You developed out this system that we are currently underneath as well too. Does it still work? Does it not work? We will talk about the frustrations within the system in just a little bit. Is there anybody that has any ideas? Yes, ma'am.
Of course, I always have 2 cents, right? So I understand that we're getting deadlocked at the vote. So getting to the committee meetings, as I was reading, I think does well. Okay, I think through your counselors, through your mayor, through you, I think getting to the committee, we get it in the right committee. I think where I feel the deadlock is the vote in the committee. So you have 4-4, so it can be 2-2, 3-1, 2-0, whatever the case may be. So why can we not, because everything that goes to the committee meetings always goes to council, always. I mean, whatever is in a committee meeting, it goes to full 10 of us, every time, whether it's in consent or whether it's on whatever it has to be, underneath non-action items or action items. So each counselor has their thought for their citizens. We don't use our own personal judgment. I mean, we use our personal judgment, but we should listen to our constituents, our citizens. To me, the citizens of Roswell, not just my constituents. I feel maybe a number system, 0 to 5. I thought about 0 to 10, and I discussed it, and it's too many numbers. So 0 to 5. So instead of voting up or down, we vote 0 to 5, and we already know what can go on the consent or what can't. And the chair can say, okay, this will go on consent, it will not. Okay? Then when it goes to our agenda for the city council, and if it's on consent, I feel if you want it off consent, if you didn't make the meeting, you didn't watch the meeting, you don't understand why it's on consent, you have to exhaust every avenue before you pull it off consent. You go to a staff member, and since each person has a 1 through 5, or 0 through 5, you go to whoever has a 0, and you ask them, why do you not want to take it up? Why do you want to pull it off consent? Whatever the question is. Or if there's a 5, what are your strong reasons for doing this? That way, by the time we get to council, if it's not clear in your mind, you can pull it off the consent, and then all 10 of us can discuss it. Because each one of our committees has to be trusted by the other counselors, or it's not going to work. It's like a marriage. This is a fine-tuned oil machine. All you folks over there, you do your jobs. You get them to the committees, you get the reports set up exactly the way they need to be. You vet them, you make sure what's there needs to be there, you make sure that nothing is hidden, everything's transparent. We're falling down in our area. We're doing the 2-1, whatever, just to get it to council. Well, I'm lost at this point because now I want more. And if I'm not willing to go out, pull it off, find out before I pull it off consent about more of that issue, then I'm not doing my job. Because it's not like I have to get out of my pajamas and go find a staff member or something. We have the go-to. And if I go to that meeting on YouTube and I watch it and I still don't get it, then I can put my clothes on and I can go to City Hall, wherever I need to go. We have to work just as hard as you, and we're not doing it. we're letting you guys down. And fixing this is not going to let you down. Hopefully, it's going to make it better, so it fine-tunes it a little more. But I think the number system, and I've thought about it, and I asked Jason about it, and I may have asked a few of you others about it, but that gives me an idea why you're voting 0, or putting 0. I can go to you, call you, say, hey, how come you feel this way after I've already watched the meeting, and maybe even after I've talked to a staff member. That way, when I get to full council, you know, we don't have to have the debate. I'm okay with what they did. I don't know if that makes sense, but I
Yeah.
think that's what you wanted, am I right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. And so I'm going to paraphrase that because you shared a lot of the vision of all of that there. So really quickly, what you're stating is that the current committee system and the city council, bringing things to city council is still good for you, but what you're suggesting is changing our processes within that structure
Correct, because everything goes to council
to
anyway.
allow things to
Yeah.
come through. So, okay.
Everything
that
goes
one?
to council anyway. I don't care what's brought to a committee, it gets there somehow, whether it goes back to the mayor, placed on a different agenda, whatever.
Right.
It always goes to 10, and that's the way it should be, because we are the city, all of us.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Ropesa.
Thank you. I respectfully disagree, because what Councilor Best is saying is from the standpoint of the council itself. And the reason that I say this is because by doing that kind of system, I think we do not allow the community to participate on those issues. And my point has always been that if indeed it is going to come to council anyway, regardless of whether it's voted down or approved or whatever, then there's no reason to have a committee, because we can have those discussions at council level and allow the community to be able to participate, whether it be in person or the system that we have right now, GoToMeeting, because a lot of people are not able to go to the GoToMeetings. Number one, they may not have internet. Number two, they work. And so the majority of the people may perhaps be able to come to a meeting of the council in person. And if they have the GoTo system, that they can go and follow us on YouTube. But at that point, I would say that the majority of the people are off of work. And I, for one, am here to represent the people. I'm not here to make friends with the council members. I'm not here to buy into a new family or anything like that. My whole idea is I am the voice of the people that I represent, and I don't represent all the city. I want to make that clear. First and foremost, I represent the people that voted me in my perspective district. So I'm going to listen to them first and above all. And as far as the consent agenda is, I think any individual, any counselor should be able to take off, especially if the agenda item consists of budgetary impact. The ones that I think that what we've done in the past is try to use the consent agenda to try and make sure that our meetings don't go as long as we would like them to be, to get out of here out of here quick. And that is totally against what representing the people is all about. I think that if you want to represent the people, you're going to take the time to listen to the people and hear their concerns. And, you know, to me, I was thinking about this after the last meeting, and I think that perhaps the best thing to do is to roll up the 6 committees that we have, or 5, plus the airport commission, roll it up into 2 committees. Just have the legal and the general, and then roll up the other ones into those committees, and then you don't have and have five members in each committee to address all those issues. And then you would have at least half of the council making those decisions at committee level. But again, with the understanding that at committee level, the whole council should honor the decision of whatever that committee makes. Because if that committee decides that it's not worth the effort of bringing it into the full council, then that should be honored. That's where the trust comes in, that the Councilor Best is talking about. And so I would like to see us perhaps consider the 2 committee system as opposed to the 5 or 6.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. And yeah, and I'm going to paraphrase it for that sake. I think you did a good job at the end. Still stay with the council meeting, reduce the number of committees in order to allow for more input at that point in time before we bring it forward. And then, of course, you talked about the consent agenda items, and we'll get into that structure. One of the things that I did before we got ready for this as well, too, and that's where I was talking a little bit about all the different systems, is that Santa Fe operates under 3 committees. Albuquerque operates under about 6. So, you know, I don't know if it's a difference in their size or it's a different in their makeup, how they walk through things, but just as examples of other examples out there. So, all right, we've got that down on the board. Before we go back,
It's just a question.
No. Let's hear from somebody.
hold that question. Well, ladies before men,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Besides, it's Hanukkah, as I've heard so many times today. Thank you all. I think committees are vital to any organization. The purpose of committees, obviously, are to vet things, do the research, look at all the alternatives that there are on whatever the topic is, and bring to the rest of the body their best suggestions, because they've vetted things out and they've looked at everything. I'm going to say that I don't think we should be voting at committee at all. Because I think, first of all, what we tend to forget, and I've been guilty too, is that we're not there to decide if this particular item is in the best interest of the city or not. That's what we do at council. What we're doing at committee is making sure whatever we're taking to council is the best idea, has been refined to the best thing that's out there. And what I'm guilty of as well as others is putting that personal value on that item, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing at a committee. And I know I get chastised for this, but many times through the years, I will work very hard on, say, a resolution, and whatever committee it may be, I'm going to make sure it's the best resolution that there is, but I may vote against it when I get to council, because I think the committee process should involve basically ensuring that all the information has been researched, that what is coming to council is in the best form that it can be, and the personal opinion should be out. I think that can very easily be done with consensus instead of a vote or whatever, because the point really is, at the end of the committee meeting, is this resolution, for example, ready to go to full council? And that's the decision that we should be making as opposed to whether or not we personally want it.
Any thoughts on, I mean, you're talking committee as a vetting service into the city council. Any idea on how many it would take to do it effectively, efficiently?
How many committees?
How many committees?
Well, you know, I functioned under the 10 and I
You
thought it
did.
was great. But I understand it's a time commitment and that sort of thing. I would say the 5 that we have are good. I think, I'm not sure if it's where you're going or not, but you did provide for us a copy of the ordinance that talks about the committees, and I think if we'd stay with that process, I don't think if an item fails at a committee level, basically that's saying it's not ready to go to council. We don't believe this has enough teeth in it or has explained this or whatever the purpose may be. So the idea of going to another committee makes no sense to me, because that's when it does become like a popularity contest with who can get this resolution to the group. If legal can't, maybe finance can. If general services can't, maybe infrastructure can. I don't think that's abiding by the true purpose of a committee. I don't know if I answered your question.
You did, thank you. Yeah, and we're leading our way into, we're going to walk through both the ordinance and the resolution section by section. I have more slides than I had actually put up there in order to walk through them. I would say that most of the stuff within the document are solid, we're good. I don't think anybody's going to have any question with it. It's really coming down to, I think we're going to see a few pieces of that. I'm going to go alphabetically, Counselor, if that's okay, and go to Counselor Foster.
Thank you. And there's, how do I phrase this? There's about 3 things I wanted to speak to. But first of all, not everything that does go to committee eventually winds up at council. I mean, a majority of it does, but there are things that have been brought to us and we've said it has no place at city council, and we've voted them down. I could give examples. Most of them are back when we had the 10, but my major thing about that is our committee doesn't speak for council, and that's the issue. And I can agree with Councilor Stubbs when she said that we maybe shouldn't vote at council or at committee and just vet it to send it on. But that's where it seems to get to that point where, and I think that maybe one of the things we can address is, since we do have an even number on our committee, a 2-2 should be sent on without either sent on without a recommendation, but there should be no way that 2 counselors, or even if we go to a 2 committee and have 5 counselors, that 3 counselors can kill anything. We have 10 people on this council. So 3 is definitely not close to a majority, and the 2 is definitely not close to a majority. And that's where it seems like it's not that it's good or bad, it's a personal opinion of what's good or bad for the city. And the 10 of us have to make that decision, and we can't hold it to 2. And so I was in the 10 committee. I liked it, although there were some committees that didn't meet once every 2 years, or they didn't seem to have a lot of work to do. But I do think that the present system is okay, but maybe we do need to vet somehow how that some of our rules. I believe in the fact that working correctly and not doing it to be vindictive, that pulling stuff off the consent agenda should only take 1 counselor. But when we get to a point where we pull something off and we get a 10-10 vote or 10 unanimous votes for it, obviously that was a waste of our time at council because everybody's for it. And it's gone through the whole process, and everybody who the other issue that it gets to the point where we had a counselor that used to think it was their job to educate the public. And as an educator, it's not our job to educate the public. The public's supposed to be educated by themselves. They're supposed to go out there and find out things. we can give them out information, but our job is to make decisions for the city and not educate the public. And so we give all avenues for our public to be educated. They can get online. They can come talk to city councilors. They have most of our numbers. I get calls all the time. And I do think that basically the one rule change that we could do would be that a 2-2 vote would go on without a recommendation. Because nowhere should we have 2 counselors that stops anything, the whole process.
Thank you, Counselor. And so, again, we believe that the vetting is important through the process, so a committee to a council does function as well, too. And so, okay, Counselor Peterson.
Thank you. In my opinion, I think there's too many committees, and, you know, the 5 committees, and then if a counselor misses one of those meetings, you know, that's counted against us. And I think that if we had fewer committees, I think it would be a lot better. And the consent agenda, my opinion, I think that everything that comes to the city should be heard at a city council meeting. You know, whatever it is, it should be, that way people can listen to it or see it. It's in the record. So I'm happy of, you know, not having the consent agenda going forward. And, you know, if we had fewer committees, you know, I think that would be good for staff also, because it'd cut down on hours. And also I think that you know, if a counselor votes no at a committee, I don't think it really means anything, because, you know, it's gonna, a counselor will get that forward to another committee or to the council, either through the mayor or somebody else. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. So again, committees to council. Yeah, let's get over to this side of the table. That one's pretty weighted right now, right? All right.
Okay, I have just a quick question. All of our people that are liaisons for our committees are here, am I correct? I kind of want to get all of y'all's input, sort of, kind of. So in each committee that you run, the average hours that are in the meeting are how many? I know that public safety, I'm going to hold up anywhere from 2 to 3 hours. So each committee is anywhere from 2 to 3 hours. Of course, we did one the other day for 6 minutes. That was awesome. So do you feel that the committees help you, or do you want to sit at a city council meeting if we don't vet these issues, and you sit at a city council meeting, public safety is going to come up to 3 hours, legal may come up to 4 or 5 hours, because you do a lot of work, a lot more work than we do. The other committees are going to be anywhere from 2 to 5. So that's going to put us into a 12-hour day just vetting what's brought to us. So I, as a counselor, would rather go to 2 meetings. One, we always have to show up to 2, and then we have the other 3 we can do on TV or not. I would rather go that way and come to you and discuss it if I have an issue after the committee meeting, than spend 10 hours on this at council meeting and then have to do other stuff. So that's my personal opinion. I like the 5. I like that we vet it. If we don't want to do the 2-2, go up, down, let's do the 0 through 5 so we know how the other counselors feel. But that's why we're here, is because we do have common sense and a brain, and you guys work hard to bring it to us, so you deserve that time, whether it's 2 to 4 hours, with just us.
And Counselor, and just really quickly, I'm going to answer for our liaisons. They'll correct me if I'm wrong later, right? But you're right. You're correct. What we care about is making sure that you have the information in order to make that final decision, because then we're going to go to the next thing as well too. Our liaisons are there in order to help make that cross between what staff is trying to put together and bring it through that. I did a quick analysis as well too, because I would say that each committee is about 2 hours long. We have essentially 12 committees a month, right? We have the city council meetings. I would say on average, our city council meetings are 4 hours. So we're devoting that amount of time. And when you add up your prep time to get ready for those committee meetings, when you add up all of the time that we're in the public portion of those meetings, we're spending over 1,200 hours a year on this task. And our job as staff is to make sure that you have all the information to make those hard decisions that we're not able to make. We make a lot of decisions every day for each one of the departments. You trust us for that. That's great. I think that was the thing, is that I would say that at the end of the day, when we spend 1,200 hours a year on all of this work, it really comes down to how do you want to divide up that work, because I've never found a process to get it any shorter. Not really. I mean, if we're going to do that, part of what we do is public, part of what we do is private, and of course, we want to make sure, not all the conversations are to make sure that you're comfortable with exactly where it's at. It is to make sure that the public understands what we're doing as well. And I appreciate what you're saying. So, Councilor Kennard.
Thank you. So I, obviously I'm the most freshman, and for me, I feel like the committees work the way that it is currently. I like to get to know, like I'm on infrastructure and finance, so I feel like I'm really getting to know infrastructure a little bit more intimately than I would if it was just brought to the full council. I feel like we can really, the four of us that are on that committee, on any committee, can really get to know the issues that fall under that committee in the different departments. So I really appreciate the way that it is set up now. When I'm looking at and I don't really understand your argument, because I feel like you're saying on one hand we shouldn't have committees, but then on the other hand you say we should narrow it down to 2 committees. The way that the committees run now, anywhere from, we're talking about the time frame, that could bog down the whole process, especially when you don't have counselors show up. If they can't make it to a committee meeting that lasts for 2 hours, what's to say they can make it to a committee meeting for 5 hours or 6 hours or however long it goes if we've lumped all the committees into 2 committees. I agree with what Barry says in that I think the city's as transparent as it can be for the public, and they know when we're meeting for the committees, they know when we're meeting for city council. What is the saying about bringing a horse to water? You can bring him to water, but you can't make him drink. So I think that people are busy, and they've elected everyone to do the job, represent them. So I think very important issues we hear from a lot of people, but you can see from our council meeting the other night, we didn't have anyone to speak. So I feel like there's trust there for the most part. I like the committee setup that we have now, because it allows us to make corrections and suggestions. And I think that the vote does matter, because you're voting confidence for the issue. Yes, we're confident that this is ready to go. So I think that the vote is important. And I think it's important when you vote against it, so that people understand there was an issue with this somewhere that someone didn't agree with. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And I'm going to share a little bit of the mayor's secret on something that you said. when he looks at putting you guys on all the committees, part of that action is in order to get you more familiar with the groups that are involved in that. He does that intentionally, and I think that's when you see it change over the years as well, too. The intent, the idea is to take the strengths of that city councilor, devote them to the item that is at hand, but then there is also something to be said when you're moved on to different committees as well, too. It helps a lot, because it does. It lets you focus a little bit more on not the city as a whole, but as those individual pieces. So Mayor, I'm giving your secrets a little bit. I apologize, but really, I think it's important for everybody to know that. And that he struggles with that all the time, trying to make sure that he can capitalize upon every one of your strengths that you bring to the group. So, thank you. And so, we're still on committees and council. Counselor?
Mayor and everybody today. I just, and I kind of like Kennard, Councilor Kennard, is that I think that the committee, because that's all I know, so I'm not going to say what's good or bad, because that's all I know. I wasn't here for the 10 or any other, so all I can speak to is what we're doing right now. I have a concern with the vote also, and like I'm saying with the 2-2, I've been struggling with that, because it seems like when somebody wants something that they don't like, then it's okay, the 2-2 is no good. It's voted down, it doesn't go. But if it's something that somebody else important wants, then it goes no matter what. And so that's kind of concerned me with the 2-2. I have been on, same two committees, and I don't mind switching around and kind of thing, but I do appreciate the mayor thinking about giving us an option and so kind of thing like that, and I appreciate that. I just, like I said, I struggle mostly with things that if I say no, or if two people say no, that is not important. So I have an issue with that. I think it might be easier if there was an odd number, maybe, so then you don't get a 2-2. That's kind of, I don't know how we could do that, but it seemed like if we could if we would always have an odd number on, I don't mind the committee process. I don't mind vetting to that. I don't mind another meeting. Maybe an option is, if we don't do committees, to have more than one city council meeting a month. We're going to 4 meetings anyway. If we're on, 3 meetings anyway, if we're on a committee. We're going to our other 2 meetings and the city council meeting. So maybe the idea may not, if there's no committees, that we have, like you said, maybe 2 meetings a month instead of 1. Same amount of hours to me. And I do also have occurrence, like with the meetings go long, I work, some of us work. So I sometimes have an issue with, getting out of here at 12, 1 o'clock, that we have a few times. But I do understand the process, and I'm here for the people. Our decision-making is not for me. When I say no and I say yes, it's not just because I don't like her or whatever, but I feel like if a person says no, that should be respected also. I should not be disrespected or whatever something said because I don't agree with something Councilor Perry said, or rolling my eyes or doing. I have issues with those. Those things I have issue with. I think as adults, when we go to a committee meeting, if we speak, we speak, if we're allowed to speak. And I have been at meetings where people have not been allowed to speak, so anybody can say what they want. But I've been at several meetings when a person has not been allowed to speak. And I don't understand those rules, so I started looking at this big book that you gave me. And to understand why is it that some person gets to say, okay, you don't get to talk. Oh, you're done. I'm done hearing what you have to say. And I have issues with that, because anybody else can say whatever they say and speak an hour and there's no issue. But a certain person says something and then because you don't like what they say, okay, we're done with that. We're not talking about that anymore. So, and that's happened a few times. But I just think, like I said, I don't mind the committee meetings, but if we do away with them, what would be wrong with having more than one city council meeting? That's an idea.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think, really quickly, I think that's what we struggle with all the way through that. We follow those rules of order actually a lot closer than y'all think. I know the mayor, with the way he manages the meetings, are right in line with what the rules of order are. And so I think the challenge is, how do we want to keep everything incorporated within that mix? So thank you. The committees and the council are good. Councilor Perry?
Yes, I've kept quiet this long, so a couple of things. number one, I think that we need to get back to catching the vision of why we were elected as counselors. Why are we doing what we're doing? I promise you that I don't do this, and nobody up here is doing this because of the pay. I can guarantee you that. I don't think anybody in here is doing it because we enjoy fighting with people. You know, we can go home and fight with our dog, you know, or our neighbor. We don't have to come here just to fight and just to have high blood pressure and just to get gray hair and everything else. I think that we have to keep into perspective that each of us, and I'm going to agree with Councilor Oropesa, I am accountable to those who elected me. At the same time, though I'm elected by those folks, the decisions that I make don't just affect the people in my ward, they affect the entire municipality, and in many ways, the people who come from the county that live here, though we're not accountable to them. I recognize that. But I agree with Councilor Oropesa. The thoughts and the ideas from the people that live within my boundaries that call me weigh heavily on when I make decisions. But there have been times when I've had to make decisions that were best for the city of Roswell, that maybe the people within my ward that were calling me, we differed on to some degree or another. I think we bring that passion to this table, and there are times that we are very passionate. But what we have to bring back to reality and remember is it's not always about getting exactly what I want. I am one of the 10 that's going to be part of making this decision. Councilor Stubbs and I were interviewed the other day because we both had COVID, and they wanted to know what it was like, you know, as a counselor dealing with COVID and the different situations. So as we were in there talking, Judy brought up something that I really hadn't thought of, and it's the way it should be. There are probably no two other people that sit on this council who think differently on many issues. If you were to take out the municipal structure and get into other governmental thinking, Judy and I are probably as polar opposite as you are going to find. And there have been many times, and Councilor Stubbs is nodding her head yes, there have been many times she and I have disagreed adamantly on decisions in this governing body. There have been many times that Councilor Foster and I have had some pretty heated discussions. Okay, we're being honest here today. We have really disagreed on some issues. But Councilor Foster called me the other day and he checked on me to see how I was doing. He sent me a picture of a prescription that Mike could help me with my problems. We prayed together. We laughed together. Because when those issues are over, we move to the next process, recognizing I'm doing the job of one, but it is the will of the whole, and we have to move on. Mr. Mayor will agree with you that he and I have emphatically disagreed on a number of issues through the years that we've worked together. And what happens? We vote. It's a very uncomfortable time when you get to that place of voting where he is passionate about something and I happen to be on the other side of that. But we vote. After the meeting, we can go have a hamburger together the next day. We can have a cup of coffee or whatever that is. I can go down the line with each of the counselors in here and say, that's the way it should be. That is where I would love to see this get to. I don't have to always agree with Councilor Peterson. He doesn't always have to agree with me. I think that he has that right. Councilor Oropesa has that right to passionately fight what he believes is best and what he feels like is best for the city of Roswell. After that's over, we have to put that personal aside and move to the next what's great and best for Roswell. So I just wanted to say that. With the committee structures and the way committees are, I served when we had the 10 committees, and I certainly do think that the 5 committees work much better than the 10. I was very reluctant. The mayor, there's one situation where when these started coming up, there were those tense conversations because I didn't know any other way. This is the only way I knew. We went through this process, and I think that it's a much clearer path We do have, at times, counselors that are ready to put in that 40 hours a week or that 30 hours a week, that 20 hours a week, and then we have counselors who either don't have that ability or choose to put in that 1 hour a week or whatever that may be. So having the less committees, it seemed like we were able to get more things done that way. So I do like having the 5 committees, and I struggle with, and I understand the merit of 3 committees or of 2 committees, but you have to recognize and understand also that in the city of Santa Fe or in the city of Albuquerque, these counselors have much greater ability to spend many hours than maybe what this 10 governing body has the ability to do. So do we go to 2 committees like was mentioned, or 3 committees or whatever it may be? I think that whichever way you go, the underlying problem that some counselors are having is still going to be there. Whether it's 5 committees or 2 committees, there's going to still be times of that frustration of the committee process. It's still a committee. Because there's still a committee, there's still the frustration is going to be there. I think that if you go to a 2 committee or a 3 committee, you take what we have in length now and you start multiplying that out, because you have more items that have to come before those committees. So those committees are stretched out. I've been in many meetings here since I've been reelected here in Ward and elected to Ward 2, where we've lost quorum at least twice that I can think of in the middle of a committee meeting because counselors leave. Now, I never have asked a counselor why they leave. They may have a critical reason and a justifiable reason. I've shared with Joe that there is a possibility I may have to sneak away today, but hoping that doesn't happen. But those times do justifiably come up. But as counselors, we've got to commit that if we're going to be elected to this job, and if those meetings are going to last 5 hours, that we need to be able to do our best to try to make those things happen. If we absolve the committees and just go to full council, here's my concerns with that. I agree 100% wholeheartedly with Councilor Stubbs and also with Councilor Foster. There is a place for committees, and that is where the great amount of wheel turning, greasing the wheels, moving things around to get it to a place where it's sharp and ready to go before full council, where changes many times have still been made, but there was a clear understanding of the framework, and then we worked within that to make things work. I'm just going to give just a few examples of that, and that is, I remember when we found out, Councilor Henderson found out that we owned the state police building, and that when they built that back in the 70s, that council had agreed to do a long-term land lease, and that after, I think it was 30 years, wasn't it, Councilor Stubbs, that it would go back, that the building would now belong to the city. Well, when we found that out, it made the state police very excited, because they needed new HVAC systems, they needed new plumbing done in the building, they needed new windows, and they needed all this work to be done. And we had some people on the council said, man, yeah, we're going to own a building, let's do it. And I said, well, hold on, we own a building, we own a lot of problems, what do we need that building for? Well, we'll keep the state police in it. Well, if they own it, and if that would have been something that did not go through committee, and I remember it went through buildings and lands, I don't know, it seems like for 3 or 4 months it seemed to draw out, but we did all that homework through buildings and lands to see what is the justifiable. We talked with real estate agents, we talked with land officers and different things. We spoke with the state police, spoke with DFA in the different areas to get all the information necessary, and then when it was finally there, brought it to council, and I think it was like a 9-1 vote or a 10-0 vote to let them have that building. Where if that would have gone just straight to council, I can assure you we would own that building right now, and we would have a lot of been putting a new roof and stuff. That's just one of them. I remember when we went through the sign ordinance. Councilor Stubb and Councilor Foster will remember how many months did we go through that. But if what was originally considered would have come to full council, if we think it was a circus when we finished it, you know what I'm saying. It took that work of a committee to bring that to where it needed to be, the sexually oriented business ordinance, the time that we put through it. And that ordinance, if we would have done that at the very beginning, I assure you that would have failed because of the talks that were happening. But once we looked at it and did all the homework through the committee process, man, we had something that worked not only so well for us, but now we've seen other cities, we've seen other counties adopt this. The conceal carry, there's so many things that we've done through the years that takes so much homework. And if you take away that committee process, I don't know that you're going to find many people and I'm esteeming all of you in here, applauding all of you in here for willing to run. But we want others that are one day when Councilor Pace is done or ready to finish, or Councilor Foster or myself, Councilor Best, whoever, we want people in our wards to say, man, that's something I could do. I'd like to make a difference in our community. We don't want people to say, I don't want that. We want to have a structure that's going to flow and that's going to work well. So my bottling it all back up, I think that we need to really get back to a place of recognizing it's okay for each of us to be passionate. But when we're done with that, we've got to be willing to move to the next thing and allow these committee processes to work. If there's a way to do the committees better, I'm all for it. I don't think I'm at a place that I'm ready to absolve them, nor am I at a place to add to them in numbers or take away from them. I think that we found a good place if we can just make it work the way it was designed to do.
Thank you, Councilor Perry. And we're hearing that again, the committees and the council system seem to work. Councilor Sanchez.
Yes. I want to know that I want to know that is possible, that is in, I know too, that yes, that I read of that guys could also is in the ray soon is impossible, that is in it golly, I know soon that is one that I know soon possible, that when is in when why possible, that is in way that, golly, I know soon will backed. I know. Again, yes, I know. Do in is in I that in possible. No. Yes. 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 I know. Soon.
Counselor, thank you. Yeah, I believe we can get it within that just really quickly for the board and everything. You appreciate the committee systems along with the council meeting? Does that work well for you for the vetting? Because I believe what he's alluding to is the possibility of what we're trying to accomplish with it. And so we're comfortable with keeping with our vetting system through? Go ahead, Count. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I won't be long with this. I just wanted to say, I think that all of us in here, I think one thing that all 10 of us, I would like to think all agree on, is that none of us believe that one of us singularly should be able to completely stop business of the city from being done. None of us should singularly have the ability, or two, or three. I think one thing that I'm catching from Councilor Pesa, from Councilor Peterson, from Councilor Kennard, from Councilor Moore, from all of us, is that we want to see full council to, either to allow full council to have those abilities to hear things, or if we're going to do the voting, make the voting count for something. So for that, I think that I would agree with Councilor Orpesa. Maybe that's part of the system that's not working well, and I can see very easily how frustrating that could be if you are on that end, and then you feel like, well, it didn't happen in committee, so maybe we go to that situation like Councilor Stubbs has mentioned, or Councilor Best, to where there's not a voting that takes place, but the vetting is done. I don't know, but that's
Certainly.
just a thought.
Yeah, and I believe we'll get back into that conversation. All right, Councilor.
Thank you. You know, I was also a counselor for the 10 council, over the 10 committees were in effect. And to me, that seemed like it was a better system, and mainly because the reason that I believe that was every committee had a chair. When we went to 5, the fact that the chairs are not rotated to include everybody else, it kind of gives the public and even the committees themselves a perception that the chair is the one that has the power. And to Councilor Kennard's point, I think what we're doing here is just making suggestions, brainstorming. The two committees was just a suggestion, not that I'm an advocate of it, because again, to me, I don't see the reason. If everything's going to go to council, then let everything go to council. I mean that's my position. But if we're talking about committees, and if we're indeed going to have committees, my suggestion was perhaps two committees would work. But I personally like the 10 committees because it puts everybody with the ability of having a chair of each committee and not just a selected 5. And I disagree with you, respectfully disagree with you when you made the comment that the mayor, of course, he's the one that assigns the committees, but I think there's other reasons other than to allow the people to learn more on each committee. But that's my personal opinion. And as far as I heard Councilor Foster say that if we take a consent agenda item off of consent and it gets a 10-0 vote, then it's a waste of time. I don't believe so. If we have that kind of thinking, that we're wasting our time having those discussions for the benefit of the public. Again, this is for the benefit of the public. It's not for the benefit of the council people. It's so that the public is well informed, even if it's an item that consistently comes to council on consent agenda or whatever. My take is that if it has a potential ability of having an impact on our budget, then the public should have every right to hear the discussion. And an example that I will give you of the consent agenda item is back in, I think it was November or October, whenever it was, that I suggested that all consent agenda be pulled from the, or the items be pulled from consent, was the issue with the property at 1102 or whatever it is, East Bland. That was on consent agenda. Had we voted early on to allow the consent agenda to be part of the regular agenda, that item would not have been discussed. And we had a number of people that were out there trying to address that issue. Had it not been pulled from consent agenda, the people would have been allowed to address that issue publicly. So just the fact that it's in consent agenda, and I understand that consent agenda is more for trying to keep the meetings to not go too long. But again, consent to me means an agreement, that everybody agrees that an item would have to go to consent agenda. And if you have one individual that doesn't agree, then that, obviously you don't have a consent of all the body. And so that should be able to allow a person or a counselor to be able to pull any item, even if it doesn't have an impact on the budget, even if it's something that one counselor wants to have a public discussion on. I think that by not allowing a counselor to be able to pull items from consent, you're having an impact on the community, and the fact that someone believes that I did it in retaliation for whatever reason. I did it because I was going through according to the rules of order that we had in place. So if we are able to follow the rules that are in place, then I don't see what the problem is.
Thank you, Counselor. And I just, real quickly, we're going to come into those conversations of the consent agenda, all those different items as well. I I think the one thing, and Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask you if you want to share it at any point in time with this, because again, all the city councilors have weighed in. I want to make sure that everybody understands that I've not heard from anybody that says we start with the council as a whole. Council as a whole is what governs the entire structure. So it really then becomes the council as a whole as to how to go out there. You know, moving things on and off the consent agenda does not change the ability for the council to act upon those issues. It's fine. I think then we get into the conversation of committees as to how long do you hold something back before it goes to full council for check. And we'll go into that conversation just very briefly after this conversation, because we're going to talk about our current structure of how we do business right now as well too. But and Counselor, I just want to make sure that I say something about it as well too. The mayor has never told me that he has any other reasons for that, and I just want to make sure that everybody hears that. The conversations that the mayor and I have on all of you have always been, how do we make it a little bit better? So I'm going to just leave it at that and let that go. But Mr. Mayor, you've heard from all the city councilors within our committee and council system. Any words you would like to share?
This is something I don't normally do. I rarely speak at council meetings, especially recently. But I think at this point it's important for me to put things in perspective. I am elected by the entire citizenry of this community. Each of you has a ward. The wards are varying in size. They should be equal, but they're not. That will have to be addressed after the census is completed, the count is done, and that will be coming next summer. That is an important issue that we need to be prepared for. So as the one person that the citizens of this community believe is in charge, the reality is I'm not. Besides the fact I don't have a vote unless there's a tie, I cannot even make a motion. I cannot second a motion. I cannot tell Mr. Nebb to unlock the front door to City Hall. I can ask him. I cannot tell him. And yet, the citizens expect the mayor to be the one who makes things work. I hear a lot about my influence. Trust me, it's a very vaporous element. It disappears quickly. 10 city councilors. I say this over and over again. This is the largest in the state. And some of the things we are doing these days are because of my experience in the state legislature, because I maintain, and you can disagree with me, that a body this size functions more as a legislator than as your traditional councils of 5 or the county commission of 5. As such, I think committees are critical, absolutely critical. I saw that in the legislature. I see it here. My problem with the previous structure of 10 committees is that not all of them met, not all of them had something to do, not all of them were material. Every counselor was on 3 committees. So, this is my fault. I sat down with Mr. Polisek years ago and crafted the structure that we have, but once again, it was not my decision. It was this body's decision. Your predecessors, and those of you that were there then, voted to adopt this. I believe emphatically that the committees are critical to making sure the matter gets done correctly. By that I mean the fixing of ideas, whether it's a resolution, an ordinance. I was emphatic that we have a legal committee, which we had never had before, because I worry that some of our ordinances are poorly written and that they need to be vetted by a committee looking to make sure that the wording is there. There's a heck of a lot of difference between may and shall. And Mr. Patterson understands that more than anyone else in this room. 5 committees, 4 counselors on each one. Yes, that has the two potential. And what happens when there is not agreement? That has me concerned that the matter has not been resolved. If the committee can keep it and keep working on it, fine. But if positions have been cast in concrete and there is no forward movement, I would rather have another committee look at it and try and fix it. It is the committee's function as a subset of the council. This is the governing body. The governing body establishes or abolishes committees. Nothing done at a lower level has any weight. This is true in the legislature, where committees may table an item, which is an effective way of killing it. However, the body, whether it's the House of Representatives or the Senate, may bring any item out of a committee and act upon it. That's a fact, because it's the governing body that controls. I fear, for a number of reasons, we have become less effective in resolving critical issues. I'll be real candid right now. I'm disappointed with how the zoo fees turned out. I think it's the wrong number. I think $5 is a bite too big a bite. But this was not fixed in committee, even though it went to 2, and it wasn't fixed Thursday night at council. I heard complaints, and yet I hear no motions to amend. Why? Why in the committees are these things not changed? I don't have the power to make the motion. I can't say, I've moved that we make the entry fee $3. And if there's a second, we act on. I can't do that. I sit there and try to ensure that we move smoothly through the evening. And I try to do it for 2 reasons. One, the longer we go, the more tired we all become. The more sloppy we get, the less effective we are, the more we wear out those people there. So moving through is, in my mind, important. So when there are strongly held philosophical positions, and they happen, I don't believe there should be X, or I believe emphatically there should be Y, okay. Then there isn't going to be any resolution or compromise. I get that. But that's when I need a different group of counselors to look at it, to try and tear it apart and put it back together again. And the product that comes to all 10 of you needs to be a presentation that has merit and value, but it's not a done deal until the 10 of you say yes or no. Consent agenda. Consent agenda is there to facilitate the movement, and it only exists, as it did in the legislature, when there is concurrence, when everyone sees the value of doing X. Now, true, we don't necessarily have the presentation, but there is the facility or the ability of individuals to seek clarification if they want, and the committees do deal with these things. But I will defend to the very end any single one of you the authority to pull an item off of consent. Because if one of you disagrees, it's not consent. It's not consent if one of you. And here's another thing I will share with you. I will never ask you why. You're an elected official. You're an elected representative of your people, of your ward, of your part of the community, of this community as a whole. All of you are the same. Any one of you makes a decision, I will never ask you why. And I don't want you asking each other why. Matter of fact, I want you to quit picking at each other. Because I am weary. I'm tired. If you want to make a political statement one way or the other, I don't care. Do it on the city property at Pioneer Square. Call the Roswell Daily Record and set up an interview and lambaste each other. But in these meetings, decorum. Each of you is elected. None of you is any better. Show respect to each other. All of you. At all times. I am tired. I can't believe I've had to raise my voice to get us back on our agenda. I should never do that. Ever. We're doing a disservice to these people here and to this community as a whole. We can disagree. I've been called names in meetings, and I have never responded. I won't do that. I'm asking you, I am begging you to conduct these meetings in a manner that does respect to the community we've all been asked to represent. I almost didn't come today because I'm so weary of the fighting. I almost didn't come. Mr. Nebb, go ahead.
Mayor, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, everybody, for everybody's input at this point in the meeting. I think we'll start getting into the letters. If we can go to the next slide, please. Just really briefly, here's the structure that we actually utilize for this. You can see the big green circle in the middle, the city council. Everything comes to the city council. You are the governing body of this community. You've chosen to do it a lot of different ways. We have the 5 committees in yellow showing there. And so, again, vetting services are there. You didn't stop there, though. You went even farther. Every one of those darker blue circles are citizen advisory committees as well, too. We introduce over 65 citizens into the conversation for various things. We actually have the opportunity for others that other people use as well too, but this whole structure is built in order to do that. And I think that's the thing is that, and just alluding a little bit off of what the mayor was saying as well too, people are relying upon you to take care of our community. Again, I think our constituents look at each one of us differently as well. It crosses all the different divides and everything, but at the end of the day, our intent is to take care of our community. And so the layout that we have there, this is not the one with the staff on it. Of course, we have all of our staff departments are reporting through one of these 5 committees now in order to keep the flow of the information. I think one of the things that staff did very well over the last year was to introduce a departmental report for the committees. You now have more information at your fingertips as to what is happening behind the scenes so that when these decisions that you need to make that nobody else can make are there, it makes the system work even better. Because now you have the other pieces that are wrapped around that. And so the idea here is that this is the structure that we use. And when we go through the ordinance and when we go through, which are the next slides here, I have one more question for you all. But I think we actually may have already have that. So I might move it a little bit forward. I'll ask everybody if they have any more information on this. And then we're going to get into the language that we currently are governed by. But the council as a whole is in charge. The council as a whole. We all play different roles within that structure. The council as a whole is who has determined what our ordinances are, what our resolutions are, how we're going to do our business. So you're in full control of what we're doing. You have to work as a whole, not as an individual. But your individual opinions are what make this all work. I'm not going to digress in that any farther. I think we've done a great job of setting the table with all of this different stuff. Everybody has shown their individual piece within this puzzle as well. I appreciate that. I don't know, I'm so proud of everybody here right now. So let's go to the next slide. All right, so just a follow-up, but I think we've got enough information. I think we can walk through everything, but first question, and I think we met with a small group of this, and the question was, do we even need the rules of order? Do we need them? At the end of the day, a vote of the council can change every rule that's out there. A vote of the council can take care of all of the action. What I've heard from the first question that I ask you all is that we need a vetting system within the structure. And so some type of rules of order, some type of decorum really helps the information move a little bit faster than where it's at. It's not to stifle anybody's voice. It is not to stifle any of the information out there. At the end of the day, when the decision gets made, that's how we act. That's how we change. And I tell you, I love the larger votes. When it's a 10-0 vote, I'll accept the 6-4 vote as well too, because that's the action of the nature of our system. With these two questions, do we need the rules of order? And what I'm hearing right now, I don't know. I'm going to push over the top of you unless you guys tell me no. I believe the rules of order serve a purpose for that because, again, we are the largest city council in New Mexico. Trying to get our voices heard and everything, having structure helps it. Having standardization helps it. Anybody have a difference that they would like to make sure that we're aware of as we go into walking through? Yes, sir. Councilor Opesa.
Thank you. I think rules of order are important. As long as there is clarification on the rules of order and that the council follows the rules of order. Because right now, our rules of order, if you look at them, some of them may contradict an ordinance, a resolution, or what have you. And there's no clarity, as far as I'm concerned, there's no clarity on our rules of order.
Councilor Pace, I apologize. I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you pull it a little closer? I'm sorry. There were several things I didn't get. I'm sorry.
No, I won't. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm saying that the rules of order are good if there's clarity in the rules of order and they don't contradict other parts of our, whether it be ordinances or policies or whatever. And our rules, based on our rules of order, it says that if things are not addressed in our rules of order, then Robert rules of order are in effect. And I think that's one of the things that we fail to understand. What parts of Robert rules of order will come into effect if it's not addressed in our rules of order. And that's where I say that you have to have clarity. And because in Robert rules of order, the consent agenda is addressed. It's not called consent agenda, but nevertheless, it is addressed in the Robert rules of order. And of course, Robert rules of order are just a suggestion. They're not rules that we have to stick to, But anyway, I believe there's a lot of improvements that we can make to the Robert rules of order. And if we go in and discuss item by item, if we have to, and hopefully we can get some consensus as to what needs to be done.
Thank you, Councilor. Anybody else have anything at this point? Because what we'll do is we'll jump in there, and I think, Councilor, you're correct. as we go line by line or section by section, that's what I intend to do. That's what's going to be up on the slide, is section by section. But we provided you the documents line by line, so that'll help us all keep track of where we're going as we walk through that. I expect that some of the sections are not going to have any questions or any comments on, but I think other ones will have a longer debate. So I would like to make sure that we get into it. I think our time is looking pretty good, so we're going to jump on in. Can I have that next slide?
Could I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, could I very quickly say something? And that is that the City Code Chapter 2 that you gave us a copy of, and this is an ordinance, this is a law, does say the latest edition of Robert's Rules of Order is hereby adopted as the official parliamentary rules and regulations. So I think we need to remember that, yes, Robert's Rules is a part of what we do.
I agree, Counselor, and I think that's where I wanted to go ahead and just jump in, because you're exactly right, is that going back with what Counselor Rapesa said and what you said, you're saying about the same things as well, so we're all kind of good. So if you will pull out the first document, which is the Section 2 document, this is in our city code, and this is the ordinance. This establishes our criteria as we funnel down into it. It starts at this level. So I really believe that Section 2-31, the Rules of Order, on any question not mentioned in this division, the regular parliamentarian rules shall prevail. It talks about Robert's Rule of Order being adopted as the official parliamentary rules and regulations of the body. I do want to make sure that I mention that third section as well, too, because errors in the strict application of this or in the failure to follow said rules of the order shall not invalidate any action taken by the governing body. Again, that's where we've been talking a little bit. City Council as a whole is in charge of the system. And I would say that it is as simple as any counselor going, I move to suspend the rules of order, and I wish to deal with it in this manner, whatever that issue is. I want to make sure everybody understands that, because the nature is to have the council responsible for everything with that. We're going to utilize Robert's Rules of Order as a guideline in order to cover those pieces, just as well as we use our rules of order, governing rules of order out in the resolution in order to help provide standardization and that. So are there any questions, or is there any consideration about any changes to this one right here? Yes, sir.
On a separate note, I've asked to have the lunches passed out to staff, and then once staff has gotten their lunches, go ahead and bring it to the council. So we go ahead and proceed with the letting staff get their lunch, okay?
We won't forget you. So any issues with this section? I mean, it just establishes that rule of order that the city council is in charge of whatever decision they make, and we're going to utilize these documents. That's essentially what this piece says. I'm not hearing anything. Let's move to the next slide. Section 2-32. I left it in here because it says reserved on it. This is a section that if we wish to add anything to the ordinance, that's what it's in there for. I think when you look through the city code, I just wanted to put it in there just to remind everybody our code is a living document.
I think this section's too lengthy. If we could find a way to,
I can use a smaller font. All right, moving to the next section. Section 2-31, quorum. A quorum shall be a majority of the members of the governing body. Should there be no quorum present, only a motion to summon members, compel attendance, or adjourn can be entertained. Yes, sir?
Okay, this actually, we're going to need Mr. Patterson to look at, because the governing body includes myself. The way this ordinance is written, if I'm present and 5 counselors, it is a quorum. My understanding before was that I did not count for purposes of quorum, and I don't know if this ordinance is in conflict with state statute. And I'm not looking for an answer right now, but am I correct in being concerned that this does indicate the mayor counts for a quorum?
I think that's a good point.
we need to
And,
fix this quickly. I I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, we can,
But
and
no,
maybe it needs to be fixed.
I agree with you. Always in the past, that where it is the 10 of us, we were always referred to as the council or the city council. Governing body always in the past has included the mayor.
All right, I'm not asking for a resolution here, but this might be something that needs to be looked at by the legal committee, and I see Counselor Stubbs addressing it. Whatever you guys decide is what you decide, but that's going to
I
be,
believe we have those notes down there.
okay.
So we'll walk through that one. Because again, yes, sir.
On the issue of quorum, is this one also applying to the committees?
I would, in my estimation, and Parker, you might help me if I get too far out there. When I read this ordinance, it looks like it reflects only until it has language for the committees. This reflects to the council, because I think the standing committees have their own section.
Yes, section 2-37 specifically addresses committee quorum.
So I would say that this section, Counselor, is directly related to the city council as a whole.
Well, and the reason that I'm asking that is because this particular one says there shall be no quorum, or should there not be a quorum present, only a motion to summon members, compel attendance, or adjourn can be entertained. And is that also applying to the committees as well? Because I know I've been in committees where there have been no quorum, and yet we have had discussions but not taken any action,
And-
but still have had discussions
sir.
on action items.
And that is a very good point, because there's a couple different things, and I'll use a couple examples there. But of course, our finance committee on Monday of this week, we did not have a quorum. What staff did, and with the chair's assistance in that, we went ahead and covered those items. So really, it does come back to how do you want to handle those committee meetings? Because again, I've heard that we don't care about the vote out of. I mean, we've heard both. I mean, we've heard votes matter in there because we have an idea of where they're at. We've also heard that, well, no votes should be taken for a committee because it's really a vetting service. And so you had your hand
But,
up, Judy.
Yeah, thank you. If I could, Mr. Mayor, Joe, on the second page of this handout on line 12, it does say 3 members of each committee shall compromise a quorum to do business. Is it compromise? I'm sure that's not what it says. Comprise, sorry.
And if we go back to what Councilor Pace's question is as well too, because I think we can address the quorum over on that side, but what happens to a committee if there is no quorum? Do we go ahead and do we go ahead and vet the information, or do we say, if we don't have our quorum, then the effectiveness of a committee at that time has been lessened, and so we don't hold that committee? I mean, because you do have the structure within the rules of order that the mayor can put things onto the council agenda, so if work has to move, it's there, but what do we want to?
Well, if it's not a quorum, it's not an official meeting of the committee. No action can be taken, no votes. Doesn't mean that the group cannot meet and discuss. There's nothing that prohibits 2 counselors from any committee being in a room and talking to staff. That can happen, but they cannot take action. There's no action that a committee can do.
And I think that what happened with the Monday Finance Committee is that we actually invited the public into that conversation as well. Yes, sir.
And I think Councilor Pace had his hand up, so I was just going to say, I made it very clear when I was chair of that committee, we did not have a quorum and that there was no meeting. That at that point, we had staff present, we had a couple of counselors present, and then if we wanted to have just a conversation, because we did have Eric from up in Albuquerque on the line, his time is very critical. If through his conversation with staff and us could just have a conversation. But I made it very clear over and over that this was not a meeting, it was just an opportunity to sit in a room and talk.
Well, and the reason it's important, at least to me, it's important to clarify whether it applies both to committee and council, because in October, Mr. Mayor, you adjourned the meeting right away, even though we weren't going to take action. and we still have 5 in the meeting, well,
Yep.
5 walked out.
Yeah.
So to me, it's either we do it or we don't.
We did it in the November meeting as well. When we lost quorum, we adjourned the meeting immediately. That was a decision I made as presiding officer. As the chair of the committee, the presiding officer can choose. I made that decision.
And that happened in both of those meetings because, again, we went into closed session, lost our quorum when we went into closed session the 1 month. So we came back out and again adjourned the meeting at that point in time because we're in there. And I think according to our legal counsel, outside of what this says, we're able to bring our meeting to a completion. So because we were in closed session, we waited till we came out of closed session because the topics were still there, and then we closed the meeting when we came to the public. And then November, we did the same thing, but that was actually no closed session. It was all based upon city councilors that had to leave. So, yeah, Councilor.
What I would suggest is that we really look at section 233, which is quorum, because I think there's some conflicts here completely. I don't think when you don't have a quorum, you even can call a meeting. So that's why I've always been taught, and so therefore you don't adjourn it either because it's no meeting. So just a few other things. So I'd really like us to look at
Okay.
section 2-33.
All right, and the intent is to not fix any of this today. The intent is to get everybody's input into it. All of this will go back to legal committee for more discussion until we can get it all resolved. And so I want to make sure everybody's there. All right. Anything else in section 2?
That'd be like for me to call Counselor Best and say, can you get on the phone so we can do, is that what somebody means?
I will say that within the statute, the state statute, the mayor has the ability to send the police chief to your house and bring you to the meeting.
For real?
For real. And so the intent is,
Don't you come on my.
the intent of that language is that if the city council as a whole, whatever is left, or the mayor at this point in time, because there is no quorum to make a decision, determines that this meeting needs to continue, he has the ability to summon members back to the meeting in a lot of variety of ways. Go ahead, Mayor.
In the legislature, it's called a call of the House. And what happens in the House, a call of the House, the Sergeant-at-Arms actually closes all the doors, locks the doors, and goes out throughout the Capitol looking for any members that are not present. And like this, in fact, the state police can be dispatched by the Speaker of the House to go and physically bring to the House of Representatives any member that's not around. I don't ever anticipate us ever doing anything like this. If you're not, this kind of goes back to the autonomy of you as individual representatives. If you're not here, I'm assuming you have a good reason. And if enough of you are not at a meeting for a quorum, I figure it's for a good meeting, a good reason. And we'll leave it at that.
I do thank you all for being here today. I'm going to digress just really quickly here, but you also understand, I think you all do, I think you all know it, that the meetings are for you, not actually the public. The public is invited to participate within the structure that the council allows. But the meeting's not for the public. The meeting is for you to do your business. And so I think that's very important to note as well. Anything else on this item?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor?
No.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the next slide. Section 2-34, manner of addressing presiding officer. When the governing body is in session, the mayor shall be addressed as mayor, and the mayor pro tem as mayor pro tem. You know, you guys do an excellent job on this. I don't know if there's any changes to that. It's just decorum. It's just making sure. I think you notice it as well when anybody is speaking from the podium, and when you ask questions, You are to address the mayor first, and then the council within that. It's the.
I would like to suggest, Counselor Stubbs, that we expand this. And we expand this section, and that you, as members of the council, refer to each other as the counselor from Ward 5, the counselor from Ward 3. In the legislature, when we were debating, we never addressed each other by name. It was always, Mr. Speaker, the representative from Bernalillo County. Mr. Speaker, the representative from Lincoln Otero Chavez. Mr. Speaker. And that was because it ensures that there was we never mentioned each other by name, ever. It was always by our title. And I am thinking that might be something, yes, Counselor Stubbs, I know you're not comfortable with this, but this needs to be addressed decorum. But you know who you're talking to. There's multiple counselors, there's multiple representatives from Bernalillo, and you know what? If it gets that personal, maybe you don't need to say. Counselor, the counselor from Ward 3, I am seriously weary.
Any other pieces on this section? Okay, got that one down. Let's go to the next one. Section 2-35, appeals from the decision of the presiding officer. A member of the council has the right to appeal from the decision of the presiding officer, which shall be decided by a majority vote. This, again, sets the city council responsible for all things that are happening in the meeting. The mayor does his best in order to make the meeting run a certain way. The council can take action and say, I move to do it this way, then rather than the way the presiding officer of the city council wants to do it. And then the council decides by majority vote. Again, suspension of rules. This appeal of the decision of the presiding officer. These are there for your tools to do that. Any questions or any comments or any changes that you would like to make to this piece? Hearing none. Let's move to the next one. Section 2-36, conduct at meetings. No disorderly conduct or obscene language shall be allowed while the governing body is in session. The presiding officer may have any person removed from the room for violating this section. You have seen the mayor manage this with even the public that are in there. No signs, no clapping. No disruption of when the council are taking action. It's hard for him to do that, but he does it as best he can with it. And I think that's where, even when we're talking about people with 3 minutes of time, they run out of their 3 minutes. It's not because of who's speaking, it's because we're trying to keep that decorum running. Disorderly conduct can be more subjective. I think obscene language is probably easier to define, but is there anything that you wish to change within this section? Yes, ma'am.
This has kind of been a big issue for me throughout my term here so far, this disorderly conduct, because I feel as council people that we have a place to be, where they're looking at us. So we should never, I'm like kind of, and I was laughing at the mayor said that he almost didn't come because I felt the same way, because I felt like this was going to be a battle. And I feel like as leaders, and I don't know if everybody may not take themselves as a leader, but we're in a leadership position. So we should never be found being disorderly, and certainly not at a meeting. And I've come to, and I don't say much, and I don't say these things, I don't say a lot, but I want you to understand that people are watching us, not just in your ward. People in my ward are watching you. People in my ward are watching you. So, and people are calling saying, how is that council to do so and so and so and so? And I feel like that we need to nip this in the bud. I am so tired of arguing that meeting. I'm so tired of pitting one against each other. If you have something to say to Council Peterson, go to Council Peterson and say it, and don't say it on the dais. Don't throw out at people when you have something to say to Councilor Stubbs. Don't throw out, at the whole people when you want to talk to Councilor Stubbs or whoever. And so I just kind of feel like when we're taking care of the business at hand, that's the business at hand. Not personal because I don't like him because of what he said last time, and so it becomes a piddle battle. And I was kind of impressed with the mayor because I was mad at him at first about letting it go on for so long, but I appreciate when he finally put his foot down and said, we're not going to call each other out in front of Roswell, because what's that thing? We are one team, Team Roswell, and we need to start acting like Team Roswell. And we have to stop being so insensitive to other people about the things that we say, and it's not okay for me to disrespect you because I disagree with your opinion. And I've always said that since I've been, that is never okay for a council person to disrespect somebody, and to me that's just disorderly, for you to disrespect me or say something or roll your eyes because you don't agree with what I'm saying or my opinion or my decision to say something or do something. So this disorderly conduct to me has been happening lately a lot. And I'm really like over it.com, as the kids say. So I just think that this is a good place I just felt like a good place to say that. And I didn't know wherever I was going to come to it to say that I'm just not okay with the negativity and the insensitive comments and the things like that we do as adults, as, a governing body.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Best.
Okay, as we came in council night the other night, Thursday, I mentioned to you and a few others, I'm tired. I agree with Dennis. I agree with Ms. Moore. Excuse me, Ward 5. Okay. But I am not going to be thrown under the bus. If I have a question to ask to somebody and another counselor doesn't like that question and they come back and they utilize that other person as a punching bag or the staff as punching bag, whether I have my opinion. I've been elected for my opinion. I've been elected for my common sense to use toward the city. But I refuse to be thrown under the bus by another ward and not be able to protect myself or my citizens. And I'm going to put it there, and I know Dennis has stopped me more than once and let another counselor speak and said, no, you can't speak. And I understand the public is tired of listening to it. I get it. I understand it. It's non-productive. But I'm not going to be thrown under the bus and not be able to protect myself on the way out, because I may put a flat tire or two on the bus. So.
All right.
Let me kind of
Go
jump
ahead.
in here. Counselor from Ward 5 raises a good point. This is my responsibility. And I have on occasions failed. And that's something I need to do better. I need to stop it sooner. I have been reluctant to do that because I feel that your elected representatives, you should be given some leeway. That's why I mentioned this idea of addressing each other by ward number. What I'm hearing from the counselor from Ward 5 is that the mayor needs to do his job better. I think the counselor is correct.
Well, and I'm going to go to Counselor Stubbs and Counselor Kennard here in just a second too, but one of the questions that I would have for you with that as well too, and I know the mayor and I have talked about this too, well, what do you do when everybody wants to have that conversation? How do we handle it? What we're hearing is the city council is not the place to have those conversations, but where do we have that? And it's I tongue-in-cheek all the time that right now I've got the boxing ring set up in the other room, so if we have to, we can go over there and we can resolve all of it. I shouldn't say it that way, but it's like, how do you release that energy? Because I'm a firm believer in human nature as well too, that if we're focused on the wrong things or focused too strongly on something that doesn't really matter, we don't ever get to the things that really matter. And I think that's the challenge we kind of have with that. But Counselor Stubbs.
The only thing I was going to say, thank you, Joe, is that as I read section 2-36, it appears to me that this does not refer to the actions of council, that it refers to the actions of public. So I'm just wondering if either we want to expand this, if that's the case, or have another section, or if it's even appropriate in an ordinance.
I would say that the presiding, based upon the statutory requirements, I think the presiding officer has the ability to remove anybody that is affecting that. And Mayor, I'm going to lean on you a little bit for that too. Isn't that with the way the statute is directed?
I agree, but in our rules of order procedure, we deal with disruptive counselors separately. That actually requires a vote of the council.
We've set up a structure within that, okay.
And
So my point is.
but I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
disciplining the council is not my job.
Right.
Disciplining the council is not my job. I don't have the authority.
Well, whose job is it?
The voters. That is, each one of you is only accountable to the voters. And my objective is to try and keep the meeting moving smoothly so we can address the matters before us. That's the frustration.
Counselor Stubbs, finish? Okay. Counselor Minner? I'm going to have to work on the counselor from Ward. So
I know.
I think I don't want this day to be a waste, honestly, if we don't address the issues. And like you said, if we don't address the issues, then this really doesn't matter, and we're gonna still have this issue next month. I really try hard as a female not to react emotionally, because I think we are accused of that, and maybe it's true, it's probably true, I'll just say it's true. So I really try to not react emotionally. But if we're going to be honest, and I think that's what it's going to take for us to move forward, is that a lot of the stuff that happens is tit for tat. We're trying to beat around the bush today. And I would say that the women aren't necessarily the ones that are the cause of this meeting today. I think there's another issue. I think it's ego trips happening. And that kind of tends to happen with men, and I'm not trying to be stereotypical. But I think a lot of things that don't happen in this town or happen in this county or collaboratively is because of the ego issues that are present. I think that some of you guys out here need to have a conversation in other place, and duke it out like in the schoolyard, like we used to do, and then come back and work. Because it is frustrating. And let me be really honest, I can understand how some people would be discouraged because of their vote, the majority versus, let's say 6-3 or 6-4 or 7-3. I can totally understand being frustrated that you feel maybe your voice isn't heard, because I can sympathize with that, because I live in New Mexico and I feel like some of our voices aren't being heard in New Mexico. So I can totally understand your frustration. This goes back to the committees, because I had something to say and I just thought, well, I'm not going to say it because I'm not trying to. But when you say that we shouldn't have any committees, and I'm talking to a counselor from Ward 1, we shouldn't have any committees, but then you say you like the 10 better, but then maybe we should just have the 2, and then not everybody gets to be a chairman. I'm not worried about being a chairman, but maybe some people are worried about not being a chairman. Maybe they feel like their voice isn't being heard and they have no authority. I don't know. I don't know I'm just saying I don't have a problem. I feel like I'm part of the team. I come and I do my part. And that's what I want to do when we come up here, is just be part of the process and help make Roswell better. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilor Cantor, thank you. Councilor Perry?
I just wanted to say, and I think this is germane to what we're speaking about, not necessarily that in this document. Human nature goes a lot of way of talking doesn't just come from your mouth. Communication doesn't just come from words. Communication comes from body language, looking. I know that a lot of times I'll get something in a text and I'll be offended. I'll call and I'll find out I've totally misconstrued what's being said. And I'm not trying to suggest we spend a ton of money. I recognize what we've got. But I think one of the things that has brought a lot of these frustrations, and maybe why we're having a lot more of this in meetings that we're not having today. We're speaking very candidly and openly today, but we're accepting what each other's saying and being gracious about it, is I can see Judy Stubbs' face. I can see Councilor Orpesa when he's talking. He's able to look at me. We're able to talk. I'm able to see the mayor. I'm able to see Councilor Foster. What we have now up here does not work, in my opinion, as a governing body to be able to do business together. I believe that it feels more like a Supreme Court looking down at staff. And I don't know if there's a fix of being able to cut them and make them to where they will pull out to make this kind of shape right here. But being very transparent, what I've heard from Councilor Orpesa today, I understand much better because I can see him. I can see his body language. I can understand instead of me being at the other end just hearing words. So that's just a suggestion that I think may go a long way to help us to get back to communicating to each other and not at each other. So that's just my thoughts.
Thank you. And just so everybody's aware, we are looking into adjusting the dais as well anyway. I know that we want steps on this other side. We believe it's too high for everybody to look over. Those of you that are vertically different, we have, you look over the top a little bit different. And I think the nature of that thing is that you're not trying to put yourself away from the public. You're trying to help the public understand what you're doing. So Councilor Orpesa?
Thank you, Joe. No, just leave it off. I appreciate the mayor's comments a while ago. Because, again, I mean, he is the face of the community. And I understand the responsibility that comes with trying to conduct a meeting. However, I also believe that if you're going to conduct a meeting, you should be doing it in a fair and equitable manner. And I say this because a lot of times, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, you have shared your concerns, and then you seem to walk it back. And I'll give you a couple of examples. The issue of selecting chairs, those couple of years when two committee chairs were not allowed to run for mayor pro tem, and then you allowed the finance committee chair to be able to be elected as mayor pro tem, and you weren't willing to change it. The other one was you have time and time again, or at least on a couple of times that I can remember, have said basically what you said today, that you will not allow councilors to address each other directly. But nevertheless, in October, you did allow that. And so there have been times when, at least from my perspective, and maybe from some other ones, that you seem to play favorites with who the counselor is. And so I have no problems with abiding by rules if those rules are addressed straight across the board.
Okay. That was never in the rules of procedure that the mayor pro tem was not a committee chair. We discussed the concept, and I strive to encourage that. That is nowhere written down. Nowhere. It's not. And I have no say, absolutely no say, on who the mayor pro tem is. Even in a tie, I don't have a vote. It goes to a game of chance. This body chooses who the mayor pro tem is. So what you presented, Counselor, is not correct.
Can I respond?
Wait,
to
wait,
you?
let me go to the other one, too. I finally allowed someone to respond because of your statements directly attacking a
It
council.
wasn't. No, sir.
Let's pull up, we will listen to the
Pull it up, and
transcript.
I never addressed Counselor Perry directly.
Well, that's not what I heard, and I chose, as a presiding officer, to allow him to respond to your statement.
But then you never allowed me to address
You're right,
his-
because I went, well, you did one, you started it, I let him respond, and then we
Okay.
moved on.
I mean,
That's the way I did it.
well, personally and respectfully, I think you were wrong.
Well, this is where we have a fundamental difference, Counselor.
I agree with you, yeah.
So now the question is, how do we keep moving forward? Or do we even keep moving forward?
The way we do it is to try or not try, but to treat people the same.
Counselor, I've heard you call me a racist and a liar in a council
No,
meeting.
sir, I have never called you a racist or a
Oh,
liar.
I can
No,
bring it
sir,
up.
no, sir.
We were in the other room. We were down in City Hall. I'll get that for you.
Well, you can get whatever, but I've never called you a liar or a racist.
We will get the county, city clerk to pull up that transcript and that recording.
Go right ahead, because I don't think you can get it.
I'm gonna move back into the information. Again, we all are aware of we've got to find some common thread within all of this. So, is there any other changes? Yes, sir, Counselor.
Thank you. On this section 2-36, no disorderly conduct. Ever since I've been on the council, we've had a counselor always interrupt and always talk loud. As you're trying to talk to people, you know, that counselor's over there saying stuff, which I don't think is right. But, you know, if that counselor was a male, me and him would be talking outside. I could tell you that right now.
Thank you, Counselor. And I know that the mayor strives, and again, I know it's a little cumbersome for everybody to do it this way, but that's why he goes down the line, lets everybody speak one time, then he goes through it again. And so I think the challenge with that, though, is that if you're not keeping good notes, then you might lose sight of what the issue is. Because I think we ran into that with the high school kids that were here that spoke at the last council meeting. It's really hard to have a conversation with them, go, I would like to know a little bit more about them, but if we wait within the structure. So I think there's going to have to be a balance within that, but I appreciate what you're saying. I think everybody, you know, the nice thing about all of this is everybody is hearing each other, and that is really what's important, to make sure everybody understands where everybody's position is. Said it earlier, nobody's wrong. Different decisions may come out different ways. Can I go to the next one? We'll get off of this one. All right, these are where we set up the committees generally. We establish the 5 standing committees: Finance, General Service, Infrastructure, Public Safety, and Legal. This is where we establish the quorum for a standing committee shall consist of 4 members. All members of the committee shall be appointed by the mayor, who shall designate the chair and vice chair thereof. There was some conversation uncomfortable about how those chairs and vice chairs are chosen. We can have that conversation as well if you believe that it should be done differently. The thing is that mayor has statutory responsibility to put together all nominations of people on the boards, all of that. That comes from the statute. I'm assuming that as long as we're not breaking statute, we can establish a city code that actually functions for that. 3 members of the committee shall comprise a quorum to do business. No standing committee shall form any subcommittee. I'm going to share with that one there, though, is that I would like to have the ability at times to bring in additional opinions, but I think the idea was, let's not run too deep down the rabbit hole. I think that's what that one's there for. But as you're vetting systems, it'd be good to have that. But I think the mayor has the ability to establish temporary committees within each one of these committee structures. No member of the council who is appointed a chair of any standing committee shall be appointed a chair or vice chair of any standing committee. I know we had to talk about the mayor pro tem. This is the language I think that everybody alludes to. This is to say that no chair, we don't have councilors that are chairs of 2 committees. That's the intent. That's the intent of this language. The mayor shall also establish such temporary committees for specific purposes as needed, appoint the members thereof. Unless otherwise authorized by the governing body, temporary committees shall be advisory only and may make recommendations which are not binding of the governing body. I mean, we can go a couple different ways, but I'm not hearing a big consensus out of everybody that says 10 committees is the way to go, 2 committees is the way to go, 5 committees are the way to go. I think that's going to take some additional conversation. So if we can, if everybody's comfortable with it, we'll stay with the language that we have for the number of committees. And I think Councilor Stubbs, you had something to add.
Thank you. I'm just thinking that probably in section 2-37 is where we might want to answer that question that you and Councilor Perry discussed, and that is, if there's no quorum, can you still have some discussion? I just think that would be the place to put something. Thank you.
That's also what I was thinking, is that that should go there. And also, when are we going to discuss this 2-2 thing? I think it should be in writing somewhere, because I've been on one, like somebody was saying, we were on one committee and 2-2 went up. We were on another two committee fails. And so I want that language, if possible, to be in there too. So it's a rule, and it's not just what I feel today or what the chairman next week decides he wants to do. And I feel like it should be in here, in writing. And also, I kind of question, you were saying if there wasn't a quorum, say there were just 2 of us there and we were talking, and then I call Councilor Kennard and we talk about, isn't there something about a rolling quorum or something? If you're having the conversation, okay, we making this, we're not voting. That just because we're not voting don't mean we're not technically making a decision, in my head, because we're talking to staff, and so they're hearing our opinions or whatever. So opinions are formed, and then I'll call next and we talk about, okay, well, we talk about the meeting or whatever. And so I feel like if there's not a quorum, they should not be having a meeting, because you're still having a meeting. Just because you're saying it's not on record, you still had a meeting. You still had discussion. And so if it's in the place where we have a meeting, you're still having a meeting. Right. Now, if you meet out for coffee and you're talking with one person, whatever, I feel like that's different. But if we come to wherever we're having our meeting, if we come here to have our meeting and somebody doesn't show up and we continue to talk, it's still a meeting. To me, it still should be, it's still a meeting. And maybe I'm thinking of it differently, because maybe I don't understand the code or whatever, but to me, you still had a meeting because you had discussion. Sure. Just because you don't vote doesn't mean there was no discussion and you didn't form an opinion.
And I think a lot of this is semantical with that, but I'm going to address it really quickly on with my viewpoint as well too, is that the open door law makes things a little bit more structured within that system. What the idea is that there should not be a rolling quorum. So everybody should not be going down, well, how are you going to vote on this? How are you going to vote on this? But I'll guarantee you that you cannot make a decision if you don't have the information. And I know we do this through closed sessions quite a bit. You've never directed staff to do anything. What you have said is that this is what I do. And I'm going back to one of the things that the mayor said about opening City Hall. He doesn't have the ability to open City Hall. All he can do is ask and explain why he thinks it should be done a certain way. He's not directing me. He's telling me what his opinion is, and that's what's important. Every one of you have a different opinion. And I think the idea, and one of the things that I'm hoping to do within the next year is to do smaller group conversations with all of you so that I can share what staff is working on. I will never ask for you to say, well, what do you think? Am I good to do this? What I will tell you is I will tell you exactly where I'm going, but what I hope to hear is from you saying, you know, I would do it differently. If I, you know, I would, the way I look at it is this. Sharon does a good job, Parker does a great job of saying, let's not have rolling quorums, let's not do anything that's incorrect, but I really believe that at times it becomes problematic because if you guys would be talking outside of here as well too and discussing some of the things that are important to Roswell, that is part of the structure. That is part of the system. I mean, you talk with all your constituents. The constituents are an important part of our entire structure. I have one little piece that if this, I don't know if this is where it needs to go there, but every other city council that I've worked with, this is the first time that we've had the big conversation on 2-2 votes and all of that nature. Most of the others, we had the structure that everything would move through from the committee, from the vetting to the council, no matter what the decision was of the group. But the decision of the group always was shown up, and we do a very good job of showing what the vote is on the slides to allow the council to know, well, Councilor Peterson, you voted on this thing, you're on that committee, what did you think about this item? I mean, why did the vote go the way it went? But in my mind, all items moved from the standing committees unless there was a decision from the committee that an item needed additional information. Because the idea is to not waste the council's time. I think the structure of this was to try to go preemptively, because when we get into a couple other pieces, things are supposed to be referred from the city council to the committees. In the truest nature of what the language up here says, the council hears all and then refers it to the committees. What we've tried to do by setting up standing committees is fast track that conversation. Rather than going to a full city council saying, all right, who wants to take this on? We've said, if it's of this nature, we're going to go ahead and do that. But the only other thing is that, and that's the fear I think what Councilor Foster said earlier, is that we should not allow anything to be held, and I hate to say it this way, it's not politically correct, but held hostage. The intent is to allow the council as a whole to be fully in command of everything. So the only reason that an issue should be held back is if it needs more information. If it's like, well, I believe that we haven't looked at this piece over here, then let's take it back. And in my mind, at some point in time, I've said it a few times to you on different items. There is no other information that staff can provide for this item. And that's the reason I do that, is because I have nothing new to share. There's been no other request of information that we can put together that will make the decision any easier. Please take your vote. Because again, that's the nature of it. And then we can move it on to council. But that would be my suggestion. I don't know if this is the right section. I'm getting caught up in the fun conversation as well too, and so, but I think that is a part of this process that we should look at as well too. Let's go Councilor Moore and then Councilor.
I just kind of had a question. I heard Mary say earlier about the zoo thing. I guess I feel, I don't know, inadequate because I felt the same way, but I didn't know that I could say at that point for those fees because I felt that it was high, but I didn't know as a counselor and as a part of that committee that I could say, because the staff brought it to me, so I was like, I didn't know I could just say, okay, maybe that's not a good price. And so, and at the meeting, at the big meeting, I didn't think it was a place because it was already there, and it had went to 2 committees and no one changed it. And so I didn't understand what authority at that point, because that's how they brought it to us, and I didn't really realize that I could have been changing that, or when we said no to it, that I thought we was going to get a chance to talk about it again, but we didn't. It was someplace else, so we didn't get a chance to talk about it because we had talked to staff, and we felt like it wasn't ready for a committee. We were going to talk about it again, and then when I got to the committee, to the council meeting, it was already there, and so I would, I don't know where I'm going with that, but I just kind of felt like I understand that because that's exactly how I felt, but I didn't know where to put it or where I was allowed to say that at.
So let me just encourage you. You are the elected representative. You are the ones who pass judgment on what staff brings to you. You have the total autonomy and authority to ask any question and make any motion to change anything in any way that you choose. And anyway. So if I have failed to reassure you in that matter, I apologize, because there should be no reservations on your part or any other part of any counselor to move to amend or change any matter. Now, the trick is getting majority vote, but you can make the motion anytime.
And I agree, Mayor, and I think really, and maybe that is something that we need to do for the entire council, is to cover exactly what those steps can be done, because we don't want you to feel like your voice has been stifled by any of that process. I know one example, Councilor Stubbs, as the chair of legal committee, made a motion to put something on the table to discuss an item, and so it's, I move to approve this. She voted against the item, which is her right to do. That's the process. That's the method of doing that. The idea of the motion in the second is to put it on the floor so you guys can talk about it. How you vote is all up to you. The same thing goes with, and we've done a lot of it. I mean, we've went through 4 amendments on an item. And so the item goes on the floor, we amend it. We deal with the amendment, then we have another amendment. I want to make sure that you understand today as well, too, just like the mayor tried to do. You have every ability to amend until your vote is done. And even after that, we've had one issue where we've changed the vote because we understood the question to be differently.
Okay.
That's the method of the council.
Let me come back to zoo fees. Counselor, I am allowed under these rules to put an item on a committee for discussion. Whether it's an action item is up to the committee chair. I'm going to send to Counselor Foster a request that General Services look at the zoo fees again. You know, whether Counselor Foster chooses to make it an action item or not is within his authority under our rules of procedure. But I would like to see you guys.
Yes, one thing that I have to say, but to address some things that you said, no, I agree, and there was that took a learning curve for me as well, but always know that as a counselor, there have been times where I have been adamantly against something, whether it be a resolution, whether it be an ordinance, or whatever it may be. I knew where I stood, and there were times that I have made actually attempts to amend and have been successful at times to amend that resolution or that ordinance or whatever, and then still vote no on it at the end. Why? Because I'm trying to bring it to a place that at least I feel is more comfortable. Always feel, you know, that's where we get the opportunity to talk, to where if you say, you know what, I'm not comfortable with $5, but I could be comfortable with $2.50 in that, and you make that motion to amend. Well, if that motion doesn't pass, there may be another counselor who says, okay, I see that we have counselors that the pricing is a problem. I make a motion that we bring it to $3, and then you find whatever that place is where the council can do the business and move forward and do that. With that being said, going back to what you originally brought forward in your paper that you just read, I don't know if Section 37 or Section 40 is a better place for that. If you want that to be considered. The other thing that I think should be considered, and this is more, I guess, for Judy to hear, Counselor Stubbs to hear, Counselor from Ward 3 to hear, for if this goes, when it goes to legal for consideration. I don't know if Section 37 or Section 40 may not be a place where we discuss the voting versus not voting and just consensus of moving on towards final council authority. So that's just something to be considered there.
Okay, we got those points. Is there any other points on this one? Section 2-37. Okay. You want to, so we're good with this one, or you want to have something else changed with it? Okay. All right. Next item? Or go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we'll get back to that one. We're not there yet. Okay, can we move to the next slide? Okay, section 2-38, reports of standing committees. And we really don't follow this one really well, other than all the work that is happening in the committees is moving forward. We don't call it a report. We just say that all the items are on there. That's why the chair of the committee actually introduces the item. That's why the staff member does that. But all ordinances, resolutions, and matters referred to standing committees shall be reported on at the next regular meeting of the governing body unless sooner called or at a special meeting. So the intent is that we want all of this to run through the committees. That's really what the crux of this thing is. And then a report come back from the standing committee as to what is happening. And I believe that the nature of what that report is for is so that if the council chooses, I mean, if there's no motion or decision on that item, the council has the ability to pull it back and still deal with the item if they wish. Go ahead, Councilor Foster.
It is interesting in this wording, and I guess we aren't following our policy because this says all ordinances are referred back at the next regular meeting. Sometimes we hold something for a lot longer than one meeting. I mean, and so, yeah, I see we're not going, but I also see why we hold it. Sometimes it takes 6 months to get something ready to come to council, and so if we reported back out of committee every time, it would be a little redundant. But yeah, I could see where we might need to change that to all ordinances will be reported out, but the next regular meeting kind of throws it because that means our meetings would be a lot longer if.
I would just say I'm going to agree with Counselor Foster because what I did is I just, on line 25, I took out the next and put at a. So reported on at a regular meeting or special one. But we can look at.
And so, yeah, with that language difference, of course, what you're saying is that when it is ready, bring it forward to the full council and deal with it at that point in time. Anybody else want to have anything else to add to this one? Next one. Section 2-39, roll call votes. Any member of the governing body has the right to demand a vote by roll call on any question. Now, a lot of that you leave to the mayor to decide whether a roll call vote or a group vote is necessary. But you, as a city council, have the right to request one as well, too, as a council action. Any issues with that one? It's your ability to say, I would like everybody to vote. Essentially, a roll call vote is everybody gets called individually. I'll make sure that everybody's aware on that same level. And so we're allowing everybody to vote when their name is called instead of as everybody all in that. And I think our special session, I think the mayor did almost every one of the decisions in the special session through the roll call vote because of the special session. All right, hearing nothing on this one, let's go to the next one. Section 2-40, committee assignments and responsibilities. The scope of assignments and responsibilities for the various standing committees in the following sections are descriptive and not intended to be exhaustive or mandatory. We left it a little bit broad, and I think this is where we're having the question about should it go through two committees? Should it go through only one committee for vetting? How do we deal with that? Because the intent was to make sure that everybody looks through it and make sure everybody understands it before it goes to council. But I think that's where we have one of our hitches, that it's not working as well as it could. Because, it goes through one committee and it gets a negative decision, and then it moves to another committee. And then it gets a different decision to be heard by the council. I don't know if we have to go through that. If we're going to move everything forward to the council, then really this section may be okay. Yes, Councilor.
Well, I'm going to go back to the very first information that I brought in. Everything goes to council. I like how we sit, especially with our animal ordinance, how we took 8 months to do it. That was perfect. That way everybody could have voted 5. That says definitely go for it, whatever. Your 2-2 is very befoggled and all that. I think, and if you want to keep the 2-2 or the 3-1 or whatever, but add the numbers from the counselors that are in that committee, so if we want to pull it off, we have someone to go to understand why. Because if it's a 2-2 vote, I don't know how strong they are on why they didn't want it. I don't know the reasoning why they didn't want it. And that would save me from pulling it off consent. I could come to Angela and say, now tell me again why you didn't want $5, because this is why I think it's good, this is why I think it's not good. And utilize that. So I think that needs, and I'm not sure if it needs to be put in here, and I don't think it does need to go here, but I think that's part of the reason too. Because everything goes up, everything. 90, well, at least 99.9% everything goes up.
Okay. Any other comments on this one?
One.
Yes, ma'am.
I just kind of wanted a clarification. So if we did, okay, let's talk about if we're saying no, why would it be not a no and maybe a not now? Could we do, like, I understand what you're saying, 5-1, but like with that zoo thing, why we couldn't have done a not now, or because we said no, doesn't mean that it should go to another committee for somebody else just to say yes, when you don't, like you said, you don't even know why we said, why it was a 2-1 vote or whatever.
Let me just say, that would be an opportunity, I would say, that make a motion to table to the next council, to the next committee meeting, continue the discussion, or postpone, we use that phrase too. Say, I got issues with this, I think we should postpone final action, let's talk about this another month.
Instead of just saying no, say we need
And
to revisit
I like
this.
that, Counselor. I think that's I'm going back to what Counselor Best did say about the animal control ordinance. That's what I would prefer you guys to do. I'd prefer you to spend months on something, chew on it every time, and then don't get to the end.
My challenge with some of those items is that if you're not directing staff to do anything else with it, it becomes very difficult for what the staff to do. A postponement, I think, works as well. I think to move that thing through. With the zoo fees, just really quickly, and we'll go Councilor Perry, Councilor Best, but the thing that we were going to run into with the zoo fees, and I was getting ready for that, is that if we did not deal with the zoo fees, we have this other directive essentially out of the city council, a decision of the city council that says the zoo will make 5% of its revenue, 5% of its revenue, and then it goes up to 40% within that 4 years. So my question for you now is that if you took the fees off the, which you have every right to do, if you took the fees off, now the question for staff is, how do we still meet that cost of recovery? Or do you give us some kind of reprieve from that decision? So I agree. I think the idea is that beat the snot out of the thing at the committees. So, Councilor Perry. Are you done? No, you're not done.
I'm not saying to beat it to death, but I still feel like at least if I was saying, if there was a couple more, the majority at that meeting were saying no, that to have a conversation would be better for me than to pass it on. And then I feel like y'all say y'all trust the committee, but you didn't trust us enough that you went to another committee and changed it anyway. So that's why,
Right.
that's why I think if there was some place in this say, either we're going to go to one committee and that's it and take it to to the whole thing, or we're not going to send it to another committee because you don't like what our decision was, when you say that you trust us, and you really don't. If you just decide to take it because we said no, that you'll take it to your committee because you know your friend over there will say yes.
Councilor, I'll use a more productive analogy for the next one. Councilor Perry.
And let me just address that for just a second, and then with this small comment here. I went back and listened to the committee meeting, and this is with absolutely no disrespect to anyone on the committee at all. I think that one reason that I saw the need to go ahead and move forward with it is because at that committee in there, I didn't hear any resolve whatsoever. All I heard was, and no offense, everyone has their own opinions, but I don't like the fees. But not liking the fees doesn't resolve the issue that's still there. I think that if I would have heard, and there again, that's why workshops are good. We're all learning. I'm learning things today. You're learning more authority that you have to make amendments or to table things and different things as a committee or as a single counselor. But when I hear, just no versus, what, did we really look at this rate study, and is there not the possibility of what would it look like if we were to have lower fees? Then what would be that makeup, and how could we make up that other additional funds? and then as a committee you decide, we're going to table this, or we're going to move it forward, whatever. I think that if I would have heard that, I would have much more of a resistance to just move. It wasn't a doggone it, I'm not going to let that counselor tell me that we can't. I didn't hear a resolve. So when we don't like something, it's really good for us as counselors to come up with, what is a resolve? What is there that we can do to fix this problem? So often in committees that I've been a part of through the years, we have tabled things over and over, but there comes a point to where staff has to be able to come to us and say, Counselor Perry, Counselor Orpesa, Counselor Stubbs, Counselor Foster, whoever it is, we've expended ourselves to the place to where we have given you all the information we believe we will be able to adequately give you. And even if I'm still against it, many times in committee I have voted to send to full council without recommendation. That allows it to go to the full council to make the decision, and it keeps that 2 people or whatever, or 3 people, whatever it may be, from squashing the ability of the whole governing body from moving forward with business. And so having the move forward without recommendation is also a possibility to be considered in this language as well.
Now, Counselor Best, you had your hand?
Yes.
And
Mike, I'd like to use you as an example, if that's okay. Good, it'll be good. Okay. So right now we're working on the nuisance ordinance, and we chose to follow the same direction we did with animal control. Animal control was a little bit different engine because we had to include the public, the rescue groups, and all of that. He had that on the agenda. He asked me if that is okay. Fine. He says it may take from 6 months to 8 months. He put down a timeline that we needed to follow as a committee, and that's what he's supposed to do as staff. He's done that with the nuisance ordinance too. Now it's going to be kind of a little bit easier. It was going to be before COVID hit and we had a few absences, but that should have been easier because we didn't have to have the public come in and interact with us, and we didn't have to work around the public. So yes, things need to sit where they are until they're done, but when you're going in, you should know which item is going to be the biggest fight of that month, is my opinion. Mike, do you have an opinion on that?
Thank you, Counselor, Mr. Mayor. In my opinion, the committee meetings is where we really need to spend the time, the energy, and the work on these ordinances. We were able, as you said, on chapter of the ordinance for the animal control, spend a lot of months going over that. And me as a liaison, and even with chapter 16, I'm going to ask the chair not to take it forward, not only until the committee's comfortable with it, but until I'm comfortable with it, because I'm going to be the one standing up here presenting that to the full council and trying to get, because I know there's other counselors that have some issues with it. So I try to invite those in, come be a part of the discussion, because we want to do that work in the committee. Since COVID's made it very difficult, the animal control ordinance was a lot easier. We were in the big conference room. We were sitting around the table. We were having good conversations. Chapter 16 that we're working on now is a lot more difficult because we're in this room. I think I'm going to leave it set up like this for our next meeting because I think we're on the same level. We can have good conversations, but I encourage you that that's where we really need to beat these ordinances and things up is in committee meetings. Don't be afraid to ask tough questions. If we can't answer them as staff, then most things are not a hurry. We can bring it back the next month and continue to get the best document out that only not serves the city the best, but serves our citizens the best moving forward. And that's our desire. I don't want to bring animal control ordinance back in 2 more years. We may need to come back and adjust some things based on what the legislature sends down to us that we have to adjust. But we don't want to have to work on it again because we did not produce a good document. Well, that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. That's worth a lot because you're attached to a lot of the staff and you're in the same position that a lot of the liaisons are that come in and give us the information. So thank you.
Counselor Foster.
Well, and I just wanted to go back, if we were following our rules of order, if we had, that zoo fee would have gone straight to council anyway. Because even if it went down, had a 2-to-1 vote against it, it would have gone to council, and council would have, and so, the way our ordinance is written now, so, it worked out.
Thank you. Anybody else on this item right here, section 2-40? All right, let's go to the next one. All right. The next 5 sections are an attempt at dividing up the workflow, essentially, and trying to determine who deals with that, because I've been in a couple conversations as we were preparing for this meeting that everything we do has a financial context. Everything we do has a legal context. The intent was to divide everything up just for that vetting purpose, to try to get it so when it gets to the council, it is as ready as it can be. So we have section 2-41 as the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee shall review and consider city finances, city manager's proposed budget, amendments to the adopted budgets, the financial aspects of the infrastructure capital improvements plan, and financial policies, including those related to investment, financial contingency management, and purchasing. The Finance Committee shall also review audits, certify annual financial reports, the CAFRs, and periodic financial reporting. I also have a series of departments that are supplying their reports through the Finance Committee. I didn't bring that slide with me, but so we have that nature. Generally, everything that goes that way has some kind of a primary financial piece that goes that way. So the internal auditor, I know, is part of that. The finance department is part of that. And so the different sections with that. Does it work for the Finance Committee as to how this information, I mean, you have to almost look at all 5 of them together as we look at dividing up the work, but anything on this section right there, or I'll keep going through the 5 of them, and then we can kind of come back and maybe hit all of them together as to whether or not what you like and don't like. Next slide. Section 2-42, the General Service Committee. The General Services Committee shall review and consider policies that affect operations of the various departments of the city, other than those departments which fall under the Public Safety Committee, including recommending policy changes regarding the provision of city services, fee structures, and operational hours. The General Services Committee shall also review and consider the award of bids and proposals solicited by the city as required by city policies, resolutions, ordinances, and applicable state and federal law. When I showed you the slide, the little bubble slide at the beginning as well too, General Services has the most advisory committees that can provide reports to as well too. The museum, the zoo, the parks and recreation, and all of those different pieces kind of run through that. And what it looks at is General Services looks at all of those other than the public safety ones, which we run through the Public Safety Committee. It's actually a very full committee, really, for information. All right, let's go on, and then we'll come back to all 5 of them. So section 2-43. You guys are moving me faster when it goes to 46. 2-43. All right. No, that's okay. Infrastructure Committee. The Infrastructure Committee shall review and consider proposed actions that concern the physical assets of the city, including vehicles, equipment, buildings, land, water and sewer systems, and streets. The Infrastructure Committee shall propose capital improvement plans. You know, and the one thing I will address with this as well too, as we're looking at this, capital improvement plans ended up on 2 committees. When we establish our capital improvement plan, it goes through infrastructure for the nature of what it looks at, then it goes to finance after that. Both committees. So we actually have a structure where an item may go through more than one committee before it goes to the council, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just everybody recognizing that ability to do that. Let's go to section 2-44. I'm guessing, yes it is. Public Safety Committee. The Public Safety Committee shall review and consider policies that affect the operations of the police department, fire department, code enforcement, 911 dispatch, ambulance services, emergency management and preparedness, animal control, and other public safety programs such as the alarm ordinance and neighborhood watch, and fees associated with the provision of the foregoing public safety services. Public Safety Committee shall also review and consider policies concerning behavioral health issues that were formerly considered by the city's Commission of Behavioral Health. Again, I think that language shows you that when we combined all these different versions, we tried to address what all of these groups were doing. But this is the public safety. It's generally everything that deals with the police and fire and all the outside groups, dispatch and all of that. Section 2-45, Legal Committee. Legal Committee shall review and consider all proposed ordinances, codes, and policies which are adopted by the governing body, as well as issues such as eminent domain and annexation. The Legal Committee shall also review and consider proposed actions that pertain to development codes or plans, which are general and legislative in nature, as opposed to actions which are adjudicatory in nature. Whew, got it done, Parker. All right, so this is the Legal Committee, and so now we're dealing with all those different pieces, any kind of those larger legal actions and such like that. And one more, I believe, right? All right, nope, so that's all 5 of them. Any questions about how we divide up the work? I think we have everything covered. I don't think there's anything that does not fall underneath somebody's jurisdiction. It's just whether or not you like it there or not, because I think the nature of what our concerns are, or what the conversation has been, is how to flow that information through when it doesn't fit proper, or when there's differing of opinions as to how we deal with things. And if that's right, we'll keep moving. So is there anything different on any of these committees? All right. Let's go to the next one. Section 2-46. Validity of actions taken by governing body, referral to a committee, not a prerequisite. This is, I think, the last piece of this puzzle as well, too. And it's really interesting because I think it does answer some of the questions that have been out on the floor as well, too. But a proposed action by the governing body is not required to be referred to a standing or temporary committee for a recommendation before being considered and acted upon by the governing body. And the failure to refer a proposed item to committee prior to action by the governing body shall not affect the validity of any action taken by the governing body. I think this is one of those areas that is confusing within this process, because it allows for, and then when you get into the resolution of rules of order, we allow for a structure as to how things can kind of move through. Again, I think the intent of this is that the governing body is the ultimate authority of everything. And so any action that is taken by any other group should not hold the full city council. The city council as a whole, it should not hold them hostage or within that. I need to find a productive analogy for that one too. I was going to use the one about fixing the train while it's still in the air, right? No, all right. But so this is yeah, I was going to make you guys all think about that one. All right. So this one here, any questions, comments, any good, bad, different? I think that this one actually, I mean, it's an umbrella. I don't know if it's not in violation of some of the things that we said earlier, because of, all actions are supposed to go to the city council, but then we're saying, well, not all actions, but the actions that are ready. And I think that's where we want to make sure that we define that out a little bit better, in my mind. Anything else to add to that? We are going to leave at 2 o'clock, just so you're all aware. We're not going over that, so I am watching the clock with this. So we're doing really well. Anything on the ordinance document for that? Anything else? That will be going forward to legal committee. I'm assuming it'll be probably even on the next legal committee. If not the next one, then the one after. January, okay. And so please let staff know, let Parker know if you have anything else to add to this. We want to make sure it's part of the conversation, because if the standards work well, then if everybody understands them, we all do a lot better than where we're at. Okay, let's move into the other document, we'll move as quickly, yes, sir.
I would make a point. This is chapter 2 of our ordinances. So this becomes a change to the ordinance, requires a two-step process. Authorization to advertise for a future hearing, and then a public hearing and vote at a later date. So this has more meat, if you will, to it. The rules of procedures were adopted by resolution and can be changed more easily. And so be cognizant of those two differences.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's the nature. And I believe that it was intentionally set up that way because, again, it's harder to change statute, hard to change city code. The resolutions it's just general work that's happening. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to jump into it. Okay, section 1 of the governing rules of order, which are in the resolution. Pursuant to the laws of the state of New Mexico and the ordinances of the city of Roswell, New Mexico, the governing body may adopt rules of procedure for all meetings of the governing body of the city of Roswell, New Mexico by resolution. So, that's essentially just saying you have the ability to do this. And it's a statutory authority that you have. I'm going to keep jumping unless somebody stops me. Next section. Section 2, City Council Agenda. So the city manager is responsible for creating and processing the agenda and agenda materials for the city council meetings. City manager will submit agenda materials as appropriate for review by the city attorney. City clerk is responsible for preparing and posting the agenda and assembling and distributing the agenda packet. So Sharon, Parker, and myself, we all work together in order to get that information together. And so essentially that's saying how we're going to develop out that. The mayor or 5 city council members may direct the city manager in writing to place an item on the agenda for a regular city council meeting, special meeting, or work session. Items must be submitted to the city manager no later than 8 days prior to the meeting during which the items are to be heard. Yes, ma'am. Well, and again, everything is open. Even if we don't say there's any issue with it tonight or today, we can still tackle them all. But yeah, there is a challenge with that one. And that I was going to say with item B, that's an internal decision of the city council at the time when this resolution was approved. City council at that time established this criteria as to how to place things on to the agenda. And so Councilor Stubbs has said, I have some concerns with this one. We're going to need to address it. So item number C, the governing body during any scheduled regular or special meeting or work session may direct the city manager to place an item on a future agenda. Now it is really interesting because you don't have the ability within this work session to give me any direction for that because we set everything up as a non-action item. But in a lot of cases, if it's an actionable item, you have the ability to move that around. Again, the opinions of the council are just as important to me as a formal action, so we'll try to work with that. The last item on there, agenda items previously considered and whereby action was taken by the governing body may not be placed on a future agenda for reconsideration within 6 months of such action unless requested in writing by 5 members of the governing body. Provided at least 1 member shall have been in the majority of those present and voting on the item. We've had questions with this one. I don't think everybody understands it to the letter of it is. It is an internal structure for us as well too. The nature is that, and I'm going to use my bad analogy again, Councilor Moore, is that you don't want to beat a dead horse. I mean, that's the idea is that you give it time. Let it percolate, let it sit for a while before it comes back for another consideration. Because, again, if this council was completely different, your decisions may have been different because of the makeup of the council, the experiences and the skill sets. So this one can be looked at. Now, Councilor Stubbs had mentioned on this one we need to work on it some more, some redrafting possibly. Is there anybody else that has any opinions or anything on this one? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, on most of the committees that I've or not city committees, but other committees that I have served, generally, an item can be brought back if a member of the prevailing party is the one that wants to have it reconsidered. And this one, it talks about the present and voting on the item. So I think, and Robert Rules of Order also say it's a prevailing side is the one that should be bring the item back.
On that point, the problem we face here is by state statute, ordinances and resolutions must pass with a majority of the governing body. That means 6. So even though a ordinance gets 5-3, it's not enacted. But it's obviously a majority of those who participated. You're missing 2, so that matter can be brought back up. If 5 counselors, at least one of which is in that majority, brings it back up. If it was simply a majority of those present and voting for all matters, which is the way it is in the legislature, I think the phrase prevailing would apply. But we have been put in an awkward and difficult position by the state legislature, saying it has to be a majority of the governing body, regardless of how many are voting.
And I agree with that. However, you know, the fact that we take action on whether it's an ordinance or it's a resolution, the fact that we have a quorum allows us to be able to take action. And whether we don't have the 10 individuals, I mean, that's another story. But we still have a quorum to allow us to be able to take action, and if that action only has 5 voting for and 4 voting against, I think that motion should be a failed motion. And because now you're this is what I called an ironclad policy where everything comes to council and make sure that everything gets passed. And so I think you have to honor the decision of the entire council, even if it's 9 or if it's 8 or whatever it may be, because we do have a quorum. And you know, and that's just a decision. If one individual is not able to make it, well, you know, you can't control that.
But, Counselor, the majority has clearly voted in favor of an item. It's just not met an arbitrary standard set by the state. But a majority of those present say yes. It precludes an ordinance from taking effect. It precludes a resolution from taking effect, even though it could be 5-2, an overwhelming majority. It could be 6. It could be 5-1. 6 would be a quorum, and be an overwhelming, and still fail, even though an overwhelming majority of those present and voting said yes. And so this is the awkward position we've been put in by the legislature.
But again, nevertheless, and I understand what you're saying, but that's the way the rules are written up. And obviously, as a city council, we have to follow the rules. And if it doesn't pass because of 5-3 or 5-4 or even 5-1, I mean, that's the way the rules are set up.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Urpesa, we'll look into exactly what that prevailing side means or whatever it is, because it's a dynamic that we had a majority of the people voted for it. It failed for the lack of the 6. You alluded to something early on, that if the mayor counts as part of the quorum, we have the potential of having a council meeting with only 5 city councilors and the mayor without a vote.
Yep.
There is a tendency for that, and so I know Parker's keeping good notes on some of this as well, too. We'll provide better responses for that because of the differences that are. We'll walk it through. I'm assuming we should be able to find what it means for that prevailing side. And the only other thing I was going to add, because you had mentioned it, and it's something that we should watch, I think the requested for the writing of the 5 members from the council, they should have, well, it does say for at least 1 member. I was going to say that we can't have a member that missed the meeting and then say, well, no, I want this reheard. That was where I was going with that. But I don't think the language actually means that at that point in time. It says 5 members of that, provided that at least 1 member was present and voting. And so, okay.
Joe, can I add?
Yes, sir.
If I can just add another thing to it. You know, I have a concern with the 5 members of the governing body requesting an item. And the reason that I have that is because, to me, it implies that you're going to have contact between at least 5 individuals. And if one individual is not willing to go ahead with the group, then I'm assuming that the next step would be to contact another counselor, which now you have 6. And if I understand the rolling quorum correctly, now you violated the Open Meetings Act by contacting, by 6 individuals having discussion.
And this one is done internally. I mean, it's done based upon the structure of the council trying to figure out how to do that. Councilor Perry, you had something to add?
Yes, sir. I'll add on both of those. No, I understand. And the rolling quorum is one of those catch-20s you try to figure out exactly where to stand in the middle of and do things properly. I've always tried my best to, and speaking to other counselors, I know it's probably frustrated some people in the past, to discuss items maybe that we have coming before us, but not to tell a counselor how I plan to vote. I usually try to wait and make my decision on how I'm going to vote till I've heard from all counselors. And that's not always the case. Of course, I have my opinion that I come to strongly at times. You know, I think it's one thing to call a counselor and say, hey, I need 4 more people to help me out here. Get on there and try to persuade them to do something. I think that's a lot different than me talking to Councilor Foster and say, hey, I have placed this for consideration, and just leave it at that. I think that there's a difference in that. Going back to the words prevailing and majority, I recognize, along with Councilor Orpesa, if I'm catching everything clearly, the language difference. It may not sound like something crucial to some people, but I think that we have to be very careful. There have been times in the past where we have had votes. I think one of them in particular would have been the Kerr Ranch situation, where we had the prevailing party gave the bid, if you would say, to someone else in a situation, and one of the member, and it just happened to be Councilor Huckabee at the time, who was part of the prevailing decision, when he really looked at the information, because everything was sort of pushed really quickly into the council meeting, when he really had time after the meeting to sit and look at that, he went to the city manager at the time, which was Mr. Fry, and just said, look, I don't agree with the decision I've made. Can this be changed? Because he was part of the prevailing party, it was able to be brought back and fixed the way that really legally it should have been to start with. So we do, that word prevailing is important to be considered, and maybe that's something, of course, taken up in legal committee, but for consideration in that.
Could I, just to be thinking about this, one of the things that concerns me about this entire document is that there are things in state statute, there are things in the Open Meetings Act, there are things in Robert's rules that cover some of these things, and I'm concerned that some of this may be contrary to what those say. So I think one of the things that legal needs to really spend some time looking at is where else may some of these things be stated, and is it necessary to put them in our rules since they're already somewhere else? So this is going to be a long process, I think, in doing, and I'm so appreciative that we're talking about it, but I think we need to do that checking. One of the things that worries me about Section 2D is that 5 members can put something on an agenda when it only takes 4 in a committee that has actually vetted something to put it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think that's the thing, and I will challenge all of you to a certain extent. The city codes are the state statutes regurgitated at the city level as to how they do that. So I think if we're going to utilize a statute, or we should be able to identify where that information is coming from. Because I would still say that you probably want to put it into this document, but you want to stay where it is, because if the state law changes, we now have to go back and amend it to match up to the state law as well, too. Yes, sir, Mayor.
I would point out that this allowing 5 counselors is something that does not exist in state statute. State statute, it's the city manager and the mayor only. This rule allows the council members to, if the city manager doesn't want to or the mayor doesn't want to, 5 of the council can put something on the agenda. And I would argue it should be that way, because it should give the council the authority to do it.
Anything else on this one? We're going to keep going? Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I just want to be clear, especially with the 5 members, that what they're requesting to put on the council agenda, is it items that have not been through committee, or is it both? Because when we were, as a committee, when we were discussing this, my understanding that the intent of this was for items that had not gone through committee, that items that all of a sudden became important to 5 individuals to be addressed in the city council.
Counselor, I think that's a good point that we do need to address, because if you go back to the city code, it talks about, we want everything to go through this vetting service. We want to go from city council to that. Doesn't mean that it can't go just directly to the city council, but what this is alluding to is that there is the ability to move something forward that without moving it through a committee. So we will need to balance out those two to make sure that we're saying the same thing, because I think that's where some of that was. I think your assumption for that, I mean, you were there when we built these things as well too, is that the intent of this was not to do how we've used it a few times anyway. That's what you're saying. So, all right, anything else on this one? Okay, next one, Section 3, types of meetings. We have all different types of meetings. We do establish the meetings in this resolution. We need to update it because we are not meeting in the Bassett Auditorium anymore. As you can tell, I'm trying not to read through all of this, so I'll stay on the broader points on this one. But there's regular meetings. That's where we do normal business. We're required by statute to have those. We have work sessions, and I think we have 2 slides of this one. So and so we have special meetings, emergency meetings, closed meetings, and recessed meetings, which is one section that, back to the other one now. So that does not get utilized very much. And all we're trying to do is identify those meetings. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
This is a duplicate of what's in our Open Meetings Act resolution that we pass every year. So I'm going to say I at least want to look at eliminating some of those.
As to whether or not we need them, and yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, thank you. And I do want to add, just a little bit in there, a Section D. The presiding officer may end citizen participation in a work session in order to allow the governing body to proceed with the discussion. And I think, Councilor Peterson, I think you had mentioned it earlier, that at times it feels like we're shutting out the public for different conversations and everything early in this conversation today. I wanted to make sure we brought that up, and we did talk about that the city council meetings are for your purpose. The committee meetings are your purpose. We invite the public to participate to whatever level that you decide to have them participate. I wanted to make sure we address it just a little bit because of the comments that were made earlier, so that everybody understands those points. Because, again, we want the public to be there. We want to be transparent. I believe that we're transparent to a fault to a certain extent, because we put things out there and then the public decides they have a different opinion than we do. I mean, but that's the way the system should work. So, anything else on the types of meetings?
Just wanted
Yes,
to
sir.
reiterate, I agree with Councilor Stubbs. There's a whole, this is a lengthy document, and much may be necessary, but things that become repetitive that are in other government documents, I think that we will much easier understand our own rules if we have less to look at. Just not saying all of them, but there are some of them that are known and we understand clearly through the other documents.
Well, I'll disagree with you there, because I think those other having to go to multiple sources to try and find out what drives the operation is confusing and is worse. This is one document. Everybody gets it on the council, and you can look at it, and it covers all the things. We don't have to abide by Robert's Rules of Order. We can adopt our own rules. We can adopt our own rules. And so by doing so, we only say we apply Robert's where we don't have our own rules. And so I think this is necessary to outline these things, especially for all the 10 counselors, so we are all on the same page.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can just finish with by just saying, my only disagreement with that would be that I don't want to give the impression to any future governing bodies that there are sections in here that can be pulled and not adhered to. If open meetings specifically requires this, or if there's a statute that already requires this, I don't want to give another council later to think, well, we can pull out F, G, and H, and those don't apply to us anymore. They still apply, even if they're not in this document. So maybe a better way would be to take those areas that are in statute, that are in here, or part of open meetings or whatever, and have an addendum attached to this document where those are there, so that there's a very, very clear understanding. These we can't touch. These we can't jimmy with, where the others are our own personal choices. I think that's where the confusion comes for me, as what in here is choices of this governing body and what is the requirements of state.
And I think the one-stop shop really helps with some of this as well, too. I mean, as we're discussing through this. Yes, ma'am.
All being, I guess, I'm not gonna keep throwing the newbie thing, but that it's all in one place. I may not have to go to one of the, like I'm looking through this, is really, get down bogged. So I don't mind the idea, but I also think, like she was saying, that if we reference whatever we're using, the state statute, whatever numbers, if they reference right here, I'm not, smart, I may not be the smartest one, but I could say that, okay, I need to go to state statute, the 1.1.1, and get a further clearance. So I like the idea of even, a shorter version, but to get the full view, you need to see blah, 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 blah. So I don't mind
Certainly.
the redundance on that part, because it's not that big. It's not like it's, 50 pages or 1,000 pages or something. So I don't mind the idea of, as long as it's referenced, as they say, to someplace, if I'm not really sure, that I can go dig a little deeper.
Thank you, Counselor. I went to the second slide of this as well, too. Just really quickly, if you notice, special meetings can be called by the mayor or any 6 members. Again, we're establishing numbers, and so I wanted to make sure I just point that out to you. Closed sessions are special meetings, and we can only discuss certain things behind in the closed sessions. And we've never used a recess meeting yet that I know of, but it is there. if we ever have to enact it as well, too. I think one of the things that we talked about at the last meeting as well, too, is the ability to go into a closed session in the middle of the meeting if you want to have additional information provided that the public should not be told at the time when it's come. I point at Parker for that one, because Parker can give a legal opinion, but it should not be in the public.
And if I could just ask Parker for clarification, if we're in the middle of a vote, let's say on a piece of, well, let's just use the situation with the land out at the base, at the air center. If we're in the middle of that discussion, my understanding of statute, it allows for, even though there's been a motion and a second made on that particular item, we can still make a motion and a second and suspend that conversation and go into closed session to get a greater understanding of what we're dealing with per law, under Open Meetings Act law, and then come back and go back into that vote. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, so as long as the item that you're going to discuss in the closed session is on the agenda, like with the subject matter, and then when you make the motion, this is what we're going to discuss in the closed session, you don't have to have the actual closed session on the agenda ahead of time. So you can just make that motion immediately.
Thank you.
Mine is just a comment on all of the meetings. Some of us have been here a long time, some of us haven't, some of us have been here longer than others, and some of us haven't. But it really irks me that you come to half a meeting and then you leave. You come to half a council meeting and we need to go into closed session because everybody needs to be there. It's very important, or we wouldn't be having a closed session. And you walk out. So I just want to vent that I'm very frustrated that we have GoToMeetings, which you can't be in a closed session for that, but we have the ability now. We didn't have that in 12 when I started. But leaving a meeting in the middle of a meeting is not comfortable for me. I know I've done it once in my 9 years here, 9 years here. And it was a political statement at that time. But for our constituents and our citizens, it's not good, it's not right, and that's kind of going back to the original thing of treating our citizens right. But if it's every meeting and you're leaving halfway in between, why are you even doing the job?
I think that's where I think everybody has expressed some frustration with that to some level. I think that's blending into everything that's happening, and throw in COVID into it as well too, because operating through the computer is a whole lot different than operating in person and everything. But I think the one thing is that how we're going to do business, I think, and I'm kind of coming around at a little different angle. How we're going to do our business is very important. We need everybody there. We need everybody participating, but we don't, I mean, all of you are lay people. You're not hired. You're not staff. You're not paid to do that. We need your brain power. We need you involved to make these decisions that nobody else can make. And I think that we need to try to find a way that the time that we're going to devote to something is there, because it does. Anytime we're missing somebody, Councilor Roebuck isn't here today. He's working, so he's working, but he wasn't able to make it to this meeting. But it changes the dynamic of you because his voice is not included. Anybody that goes out of that, we lose that voice. We lose that part of our strength at that point in time. And I think I won't digress with that, because we're almost out of time for this conversation. So,
Well, I wanted just to say with that part, and I understand that frustration, but we are human, and I guess I understand, like every meeting, you know, I have some issues, I understand that too, but we all have human lives. We all are, some of us are sick, some of, you know, we don't understand. And I don't know, I know for me, I try to at least get to the go-to if I can't come to the meeting, or to at least let somebody in, you know, one of the liaisons or something know that I'm not going to be there. So I just kind of think that we cannot, as humans, say, be appalled, you know, upset that someone has to leave a meeting, because we don't know. And because we can't, well, we can, but we shouldn't ask. It's not really my business why, you know, Pastor Perry had to leave or whatever. And because we don't know that, we can get offended by that sometimes. We don't know what reasons that people have to leave. And sometimes when the meetings are on, like we're on hour number 6, you know, or hour number 7, you know, and we still got 8 more items to go, you know, we just don't know when, you know, when people have to leave. And so I tried to be understanding with that a little bit, but I know it gets frustrating sometimes, especially when we're down to already just about a quorum already, and then somebody gets up and leave, you know what I mean? And we need to do business. And so, but I do have to understand that we have to be cognizant that we are human and we all have lives outside of this, even though this is my duty and you know, I volunteered for this and, you know, was elected for this, we still have to understand that we're still human. And I wouldn't expect Joe to be, he is though, I think I missed but one, but he's been at every meeting, and so we have to understand that there's sometimes that everybody else, you know, we have families and other things, so just kind of understand that and be
And Counselor,
fair.
yeah, and I go back to the thing that the mayor said as well, too. It shouldn't matter. What you have to do through that process. I think that is the big thing that we have to understand. Everybody has it. I mean, I have 2 teachers on this council. We try not to schedule those things during the day because it's very hard to get out of your job to come do this service work. We have retirees. Different schedules for everybody. We have all different people. Yep. We have
I said old people. I'm just
old
being
people.
silly.
Yeah, well, we have pastors, and you know, they have commitments as well too, and so it's like we look at all of that when we're trying to schedule out, and it's very important to that. I'm not sure what the next item up there is. All right, seating assignments, we'll get that one knocked out, but I'm about out of time for this, so we'll talk just a little bit about what we're going to do with it. So the assignment of the seating of the governing body will be at the pleasure of the presiding officer. This has been a fun one. And I know the mayor's not in here, but he enjoys that. He finally got smarter than this section. Essentially, he goes off of tenure of the counselor, pull your name out of a hat, or you get to pick your seat. You get to sit where you want to sit. The intent is to not cause anybody to sit where they're uncomfortable ever. And so I think when we tried to set them up in a different way, there was some frustration from other city councilors. So mayor's got this one down. I don't know if there's any issue with that other than we can't have 2 people sit in the same seat, right? I'm just telling you, we got to keep everybody
I've
spread
never
out.
understood why a counselor would want to sit so close to the target. I'm just kidding.
In the middle. All right. Everybody, we have a few more sections of this thing to go through. We will be taking it to legal. The good thing is that we won't do it until next year. So you've got that benefit. You got time to look at that. And we will follow essentially the same process through the rest of legal, I think, with this as well. It gives us a very good, clear thing. But I think it's such a big issue. I wanted to make sure that the entire group was here. And I'll tell you, I appreciate the conversation. It was really good to have. Everybody has a difference of opinion. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't understand that. But I think that if we walk through it together, we can accomplish so much for that. Mayor, City Council, is there anything else on this topic right now? We're going to put this one on the back shelf. Yes, ma'am.
Just one quick question. So am I to understand that this governing board is going to legal? So if I had a sticky note like she has on all her pages, I would provide it to legal and then it'll come back to full council to review again? Or are we done with this
No.
for full council?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. City Council will have to approve any changes or amendments to either document. Mayor alluded to the city code will have to be done through 2 readings. The resolution can be done through 1. The idea now is that we're going to put it back into legal's hands, and I know that legal would invite everybody to attend legal and share that information personally. If you cannot do that, you can always send it to Parker. You can always send it to me. You can always send it to our chair, any of the other city councilors, and we can make sure that information gets in there. So they're going to go back and they're going to tackle both of these documents, and they're going to walk through what we talked about today and then try to make sense of the rest of it based upon our conversation of everything else. And then I would expect that at some point in time in the future, we will bring it forward to full city council to make sure that all that work is appropriate and correct. Okay?
Thank you.
And yes, sir.
Can I just add one additional thing. I believe that right now we have a policy that states that a counselor can bring an item to council to try and get support from 4 counselors to see if that item can go to a committee and
Yes, sir. That is on it within there. Essentially, there's a section in this thing to allow for, if there's an issue that an individual city councilor or the city council as a small group wants something researched or reviewed or looked at, it is built in that rules right now that it can move into the committee system to allow for consideration and moving forward. Yes.
which is contradictory to some of
Correct.
the items that we've been discussing.
Correct, and I think that's where I think at times we've been very broad with our conversation, and at times we've been too pointed, and we've run into conflict with everything. And I think that's the idea of why we're tackling that. Thank you. Anything else for this topic? All right. I'm going to step out of the way, and I'm going to sic public affairs on you for the next portion of this meeting. And they're going to run through all the way up to 2 o'clock. But the Sports Tourism Initiative came out of our last retreat. And some of you may not have been on the council at the time, but at the last retreat, we talked a lot about sports and talked a lot about our abilities and whether or not we have the capabilities of doing this. Since that time, staff has been looking at it, trying to figure out how to make sense of it. And so with that, I'm going to step out of the way and let them take over from this point. So, Juanita?
All right, you can tag team. All right, so first thing is we need everybody to stand up real quick. Everybody please stand up real quick. Okay, if you don't want to stand up, that's okay too. Put your hands in the air, wave them like you just don't care. We're just gonna stretch out. We're going to do the Wonder Woman. All been sitting for a long time. This is what people get ready for when they're doing sports. They got to stretch. They got to move. So thank you so much for your attention today. I know that you guys were dealing with some very important stuff. And please feel free to stand up if you guys want in the background. 2 years ago, Stephanie and I are tag teaming, so we're going to be together. 2 years ago, we sat in a room at the bank and talked about tourism. And then we talked about sports tourism, taking the tourism to the next level. And so out of that meeting, it was something that was discussed and maybe something we wanted to do. Thank you. But we really didn't know where to go or how to start. So our team started working on a process, on some ideas. And then, you know, things happen at the city and you don't get to really work on stuff because other things come in. And then we were building a new recreation and aquatic center, and then we had this beautiful building being built. And so then we had COVID this last year. So it gave us an opportunity in the last year when we hired Stephanie. She was hired primarily for special events and outreach, and we consider sports tourism a little bit of a special event. And so we've put together a couple of slides today to just kind of walk you through of where we're at and maybe discuss where we want to go and how we want to get there. So in this very first slide, what is sports tourism? It's about bringing in participants into our community. It's somebody who participates in a sport. It's somebody who goes and watches the sport being played. So an attendee who pays to watch an attraction, or an attendee who doesn't pay to watch an attraction but comes to watch a meeting or a conference, that maybe it's an opening ceremony like Special Olympics. And the most important piece, if you get anything out of today's presentation, is sports tourism. It is not for local community members. While they have a benefit to that, the goal of sports tourism is to put heads in beds. It's to generate revenue into our community from people out of our community. And so that is the most important thing. The benefit of our locals is that they will get an opportunity to play in the sports tournaments. Our businesses will get to feed the people who are coming to play in the sports tournaments. Our hotels will generate the occupancy tax to fund some of the sports tournaments. And then all the other businesses, pretend, maybe you have a child who is playing in a tournament, or maybe you're an adult playing in a tournament and you forget socks, or you need sunglasses, or you need sunscreen. We have some great businesses here that will benefit from those purchases. So that is our overarching, most important message when we talk about sports tourism of what it is. It's really to generate a new dollar into our community that benefits our locals.
I'll take it from there. I'm going to dig a little bit more into the minutia of this. Sports tourism and the path to success. So we start with the self-evaluation, which is pretty deep down dive of each of our fields, all of our assets when it comes to sports. We evaluate them, and then we keep a nice log of it. And then we move into the SWOT analysis, which is your strengths, your weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. After we've done that, then we take a look at the reality and the vision. Where do we sit? Where do we want to be? We have those conversations. Next is accountability of and assignments, and then the timeline. The next one. So the self-evaluation, we looked at what we've got, and we've got a lot of great wins. So we start with that, and then we kind of see, you rank them. Basically, it's an internal and an external evaluation. We look at our competitive set. And we did get a good start with this. We started evaluating. It's just, I think things fell off the radar too with COVID, but we made a good start. The strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, that's an important part of this. I think sometimes that falls off. Most people do the internal really well. They don't do the external as deeply. That means who's our competitor, talking to their sales team, finding out what's the best field they have and how do we measure up against that. So it's really apples to apples type of format, and we'll get there. The next thing is the reality review and vision. So we have a lot of good things. We've got Cielo Grande, we've got the convention center, and you can see at the top there, that's a award ceremony. You could do an opening ceremony. So we have some things to push forward, but we also don't have other things that we can build onto, and it's really taking a look at all of that. And then with the reality and the review and vision, really you're putting together a timeline, you're really sticking to that, and then keeping everybody accountable. You're looking at your sports infrastructure, what's the potential, and then we get into some of the goals. Once we get to this point, and we put these things up here because we thought they were big wins. The golf courses, we have great weather here. We don't have that everywhere in the country. Girls softball is really popular right now, and the boys baseball is big, and then I think the soccer is a win. So we decided one tournament per quarter would be realistic. The next is the timeline. So you really now start to look at your staffing, your budget, and then looking at the future, and then going with a plan, which was the $500,000 over a 3-year period. But you also need to be realistic about the budget and kind of dig into that too. And then the accountability assignments. That comes later once you determine where you want to go with it and then put that plan in motion. And then I'll leave it off to Juanita.
And so as we talked a little bit about that timeline and the scope of work, we're going to ask you for some discussion. You don't have to tell us a directive today, but it's just something that would help us then outline our scope of work for what we would like to do here. We're not asking for a very large investment. I think we have to work with what we have if this is a decision that and a path that we want to continue to move forward. But we can easily start with Nancy Lopez Golf Course because it is COVID safe, bringing in pro level. We could also do children golf. We have some really great girls softball complexes that had already been doing some tournaments. But then we have to talk about the accountability and assignment for city staff. Does that include meaning that our city staff will then go and maintain these fields, to maintain the properties, lining the chalks, emptying the trash, having a local ambassador? One of the things that I know we don't do the best job at right now is showcasing our city when we do get these sports venues coming in. I think they kind of are being done by individual groups. I think the city can help support that and work in collaboration with them. I think it will be a team effort. This whole team right here, that's sitting in front of you, each one of you, and that's really why we have our team Roswell for the discussion that we just had, but also we are an amazing community and we have a lot to showcase right now. And so determining our scope of work, we will have to talk about that. Who does what? Do we want the city to do it? Do we contract it out? And then operations budgets, projections, and sales and marketing plan. We need to have a very clear and defined scope for operational logistics. When a tournament comes in, we can have the best sales and marketing plan. 110% I would put our team against pretty much any community because I think we rock and we're awesome and I know that we do a great job. But we can sell it, but if we don't deliver operationally and logistically, we fail. And so we have to really work together to make sure that we have great fields looking good all the time. We have, goodie bags that when they get to their hotel to showcase all these restaurants, all these businesses, everything like that. So really making sure that this plan is executed very well. The other part is the sales support and structure job descriptions. We've evaluated our current staffing right now. We did speak with our recreation manager, Marcus, and so thank you for your input. He did a really great job evaluating and assessing the fields and put together a graph. At this time, we don't feel we have the person to lead the sports tourism initiative from a logistical, I would say operational asset. And so one of the things that we are going to ask you is to help support and onboard that individual who would lead this initiative. Again, it would be a collaboration between all of our departments, but that is one thing that we feel is very vital and important, is someone who's very hungry, who's going to go after and work collaboratively with UTRIP and these other organizations that have the potential to come here. The other part of that is once we have that, we have to build the team, both operationally and sales, that are specifically dedicated to sports tourism. We don't feel right now confident that we can do it within our current job scope, within the current departments that we currently have. And so that will be super important to make sure that we are successful. And then the timeline to accomplish the goals. I think we talked about that. I'm going to go back to that slide so you guys can take a look at it. But in this fiscal year, coming up mid-year, we would like to request a budget amendment. That's something that will be coming forward in January should you guys decide this is a path we should continue on. And that would be to onboard that one staff member that I was just alluding to. Then in fiscal year 22, we would step into the next phase of having maybe an event coordinator or a operational logistics individual, and then programming, targeting those 4 one per quarter tournaments. And then we would present to you our plan, our 3-year strategy. One of the things that we don't want to do is we want to make sure that the money that's invested into this asset, we're making a return on that investment. And the end goal is that these tournaments would then support the infrastructures that are needed throughout our facilities. So eventually, 5-10 years down the road, we could have enough capital money so that we can take one project at a time and really elevate that facility. Nice bathrooms, things that we know right now we cannot compete with. So as we did our deep dive, there are some facilities and municipalities that are a little bit more advanced and a little better or more attractive. But again, I would put our people against any community, and I think that we can definitely shine. That is our presentation today. It's open for discussion, but that's kind of what we've
Joe told us we had to go in like 3 minutes.
I know, so we went really fast.
I'll take one. And before we go around the room and ask some of the questions, other questions, I have one question. I know Stephanie has a background in this. She's done this at other places as well too. When we talk about the budget over the 3-year period, the intent of this whole project is to be profitable at the end of the day, and bring people in, bring the heads in the beds, bring everything in there. I'm assuming that if when this thing gets ramped up and everything, the expenses, the revenue will outweigh the expenses at some point in time. Is that okay? All right, and that's the one thing that we want to make sure that everybody understands, is that the idea is to take the vision of the city council from a couple years ago and say, we believe that we're well suited for sports tourism, and then put some commitment. I think even at that meeting, at that time, at the retreat that we had the conversation, there was talk about when we did the renovations of the softball complex. Well, I mean, the softball teams, the associations had talked about at that point in time, we'll help bring in tournaments. We'll help bring in that. Well, they got tied down with the association. I think they did their tournaments for what the association needed and everything, but we never were able to take it to that broader level. So we never had committed resources to making this thing, bringing this thing and keeping it up in the front the way it should. And I think that's what Public Affairs has done a nice job of putting this together to try to figure out how do we tackle it, why do we tackle it, and what it is. Mayor, City Council, are there any questions on this one? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Joe. You know, I think this is great. The concern that I have is for years and years and years, and I'm going to speak to softball because that's what I was involved with, is the tournaments, for all intent and purposes, as far as the organization is concerned, that was their fundraising money. And so they bring in tournaments, and so they have to pay out for the director to come in and organize the tournament and pay for the umpires, the lining and all that other good stuff. And if we go to this system, what is the impact that it's going to have on the organization as far as being able to, because that's a good fundraiser for them. You get like $6,000-7,000 off of one tournament for their league.
You know, Counselor, we talked a little bit about this. What we believe is there's room for both. We're not trying to disrupt what the associations are doing. I think that what the associations are going to do for us is that they're going to keep the interest and the excitement of why to come to Roswell anyway. I've got some head shaking back there. Our whole plan is to not overlay anything over the top of these associations and disturb what they're trying to do. What we want to do, though, is complement it and strengthen it farther, because if we do it right within our whole structure of sports tourism, we're bringing a lot more people. And I guess I'll lean a little bit on those traveling type teams as well, too, because the associations don't do that much on the traveling teams unless it's just a traveling team that they're doing as well. They're going to need our help as well, I think, within that structure. And I think there's room for both. Yeah. I think you got up to get the microphone because you want to say it better than I did.
That's okay. I came from a background where that was their concern. The local teams thought that the U-Trips of the world were kind of taking over. So what we did was we included them in the tournaments. They have a benefit, and they can still do the fundraising. They have certain dates. They figure out, here's the whole year, what dates do they do the fundraising, and we kind of work into that, and we have to work together because there's a place for the local tournaments too. I think the benefit, what I saw was those local teams that are having those tournaments, they also travel to other tournaments outside of their region. So this helps them save money, because if you've got the tournament coming and they don't have to travel and they can play, then that kind of pushes them along with their levels.
Well, but when the organization puts it on,
right?
Okay, it's not just tournament teams that are coming. They're organized, like, say, for instance, Hobbs has an organization, Carlsbad, Artesian, and what have you. A lot of the teams that come are not necessarily tournament teams. A lot of them are. the majority of them are, and you got teams from Colorado, Arizona, and all those other places that come in for one specific thing, and that's to win the tournament. I mean, obviously. But again, at least from the organization, let's say USSSA, for instance,
Okay.
they are the ones that really come in and put the tournament on, not with the help of the local organization. And so when they come in and put on a tournament, they charge you for the director to organize the tournament. They charge you for the umpire in charge to make all those decisions as far as umping is concerned and assigning umpires and all that other stuff. They pay for the team to do or not the team, not team as such, but a team to be able to do all the maintenance and take care of all the problems and so forth. So there's a big charge from USSSA when they come in to do the tournament. And so whatever amount is left over, that amount goes to the organization. And a lot of times it's a lot of money.
Yes, it is a lot of money.
And so from that standpoint, I wondered how much of that money is going to be lost to them, and how much money will the city be able to recover. Because I will tell you, in 2013, when we did the red ribbon cutting for the USSSA, not the USSSA, but the softball girls, the city paid for that tournament. We brought in, I think it was 39, 40, I don't remember exactly, 40 teams. But it was all free. It was free, and of course, teams had to sign up for the ASA, which was the one that ran the tournament. But it cost us around $22,000, and we had goodie bags and everything. And we named it the Charlie McVeigh tournament. And teams were impressed with that tournament, that I would have liked to have continued that tournament, from that point forward, but of course, the city was not interested in doing it at that time, so.
Thank you, yeah. And I think we're going to have a lot more conversation on this as we go forward. Yes, sir.
When we're having a tournament, or when the city's trying to sponsor one, are we looking at actually making money off the tournament or making money off the GRT that it brings into our town? Because that's where, for me, that's where I'm thinking. We're priming the pump. We're not trying to charge may have to charge the teams to pay for the tournament, but not to make money off of it.
I will say that, and I'm gonna tap dance around that answer a little bit, but the intent was to wet the whistle, to start looking at this, to start understanding that we all agree that there is a opportunity here to get there. I would say that because of our limited dollars, our intent is to never, and I hate to say it that way because that's probably the wrong analogy, to lose money. It's not to lose money because we can make decisions on social benefits as well too. So I'll just preface that with that as well too. The intent is to look at it as an all-encompassing process because I believe that each one of the association's activities play a part of our reputation as well too, if we want to try to develop sports tourism as a focus. And we believe, and we've talked about adding more fields and everything. We have infrastructure already. We can move them around. There's something good to be said about that as well too. But I think the intent is that we keep looking at this and we look at it as what it can be. And I'm going to digress just a little bit. I apologize because when we talk about fees for our facilities, when we talk about it being free, keep in mind it's free for everybody that is coming to the community as well too. We like it when people come and enjoy our community and then go home. I mean, we love the ones that are here and they enjoy the community and stay, but if you're going to come here, spend your money, help us take care of all of our infrastructure, and then move out, go back home, and that helps our reputation with that. But that's where I'll go with that. Anything else on that topic? I know we're right at 2:00. Yes, sir.
Here, I am going to make a request as presiding officer. I'm going to request that staff prepare a detailed plan for modifying the dais, and that we retain this arrangement through the January, possibly the February council meeting, so that staff can present something to the council for the council's approval, and then begin modifications.
Mayor, thank you, and we will do that. I know we've been discussing it because of the size and just having a little bit more there. I would love to see it. I think, like Councilor Perry said earlier, move it more like this structure so you guys can look at each other in the eye. And I think that there is something to be said for that. And so, Mayor, City Council, thank you for today. I don't know if you understand how important today was for all of us as well too. I think if we can get everything out on the table, the communication is what is going to help us get through it and keep working together. You know, we're right at the end of this year, so we're going to go into next year with kind of a new feeling and a new change. I'll be sending the list of meetings that we're going to try to accomplish with our communication and everything else. With that, Mayor, I'm going to turn the meeting back over to you. And thank you all for your time today.
All right, I've got 1:58. We're adjourned.
Staff, I'd like to thank you for spending your Saturday with us. I know it was difficult, but thanks for coming in. It sure helped.
Yeah.